wants to transcribe this. Okay, so do you still want to give up your rights and go back to Wisconsin, or do you want to keep your rights and have the extradition hearing?
Go back to Wisconsin.
Go back to Wisconsin? Okay, then let me ask you these questions. It's to make sure you understand the rights you have, and then I'm going to ask if you want to give them up in order to waive extradition and return to Wisconsin, okay? So give me a second while I ask you about the rights. All right, first question is, did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork?
Yeah.
What's that? I just need a yes or no out loud.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Then, do you understand that you do not have to sign the waiver paperwork?
No, I just signed it, right?
No, do you understand that you don't have to do this? It's optional. Do you understand that this is a choice?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand that you could instead exercise your right to have an extradition hearing here in Arizona? Do you understand that?
I understood that, and the choice is to go back to Wisconsin, right?
Right, or you could choose to stay. We're not making you sign this waiver. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense for this Arizona extradition case? Do you understand that you have the right? I just need a yes or no.
Yeah, I understand, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. And do you understand that as part of the extradition process, you have the right to insist that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before they can take you back to Wisconsin? Do you understand you have that right?
Yes, I understand.
Thank you. And do you understand that you have the right to bail? That is the $1 million cash bond I mentioned. You have the right to bail if you stay in Arizona and keep your rights. Do you understand that you'll be keeping that right and I will set bail for you? Do you understand that?
I understand.
And do you understand that if you give up your rights and agree to go back, then I have to hold you without bail for those 30 days. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Okay, I could hear that. All right, so understanding all those rights, do you want to give them up and sign the waiver paperwork agreeing to go back to Wisconsin?
Yeah.
A little louder?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, thank you. And you do agree?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign this paperwork?
No.
All right, have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
No.
All right, then I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are waiving your right to an extradition hearing and signing the waiver paperwork. I will also sign it, and my orders will direct our sheriff's office that you're ready to return to Wisconsin. Wisconsin will have 30 calendar days starting tomorrow, which is July 30th, to come and get you. Again, I have to say this. If you have any Arizona criminal charges or holds, Wisconsin's 30 days will begin at the end of your Arizona criminal cases. All right. Any questions for me before we finish? Because you can still take it back. You can still change your mind. You want to do it? Okay. Then my clerk is going to tell you when to sign on that pad. It's twice, and then we will give you a copy of what you're signing. It is the waiver that you just did, okay? So just sign when she tells you, okay? Yes. Yes. And I'm going to kill the hearings. You got her. And then just the X, and then sign. And you can always ask staff.
Yeah.
But they can kill it.
Sure, go ahead and sign.
So I just changed it to that. I'm going to kill the hearing. Wait,
What you told me, sir?
okay, grab one.
You're gonna have to do it again, so hold on.
Go ahead and sign one more time.
This one. All right.
This is a big record. This is right. That one was.
Thank you.
Here's add, but just let that.
You can put it back on the one. Hold it.
Same thing for charges, add. But we only. That. All right, then we're just going to wait a second and confirm that both signatures are on one piece of paper, because sometimes our system gets funny and we end up, one of us has to sign with a pen so that they're both signatures on the same piece of paper. And the staff will usually show it to you just so we can all confirm as a fail-safe. Thank you very much. Okay, you're good to go, Mr. Slater, and he's going to get you your copies, okay? Thank you very much. We are going to stand in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon. I'm going to do it.
All right.
So just to make it easier for all of us, to make this actual direct statement.
Yeah.
You can sit up here with me. You two train.
And it's right here, you gotta hold on
Perfect,
to
okay.
it or push it down.
Welcome, be seated, please, thank you.
Okay, and then what you wanna do is jump up here, and then here, you're good to go.
All right, folks, this is a 2 p.m. initial appearance docket on 7/29/2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. I also need to read a victim's rights advisement. If you're a victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you're advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Monique Smith, if you wouldn't mind approaching. And Luis Relgado Duran, if you wouldn't mind sitting at the chair right before the entrance, please. Yeah. Maybe your full name and date of birth.
Monique D. Smith, 1984.
Thank you. That is exactly what I have here. You're here on two matters. We're going to go through them one by one. On the first matter, you were alleged to have violated or charged with narcotic drug possession, use of Class F4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession use in S6. For that case, you are non-bondable at this time as a matter of law because you were previously on felony release, and that's the other case. We're going to talk about that as well, okay? For the CR 2024 case, ending in 5894, in that matter, you warranted on, thank you. Looks like you warranted on June 8th, 2026, and a bond was issued in the amount of $1,000. In this matter, we are going to go ahead and affirm that bond amount. You're going to be held on that. We are going to give you all of this in writing, okay? You have standard release conditions that, once again, are in writing, but no contact with arresting officers, no possession or consumption of drugs without a valid prescription, no consumption of alcohol, do not leave the state, don't drive a motor vehicle, and notify the court of any new address. We're resetting 2 court dates for you.
Okay.
Your status conference is going to be on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning, and your preliminary hearing is going to be August 6th at 8:30 in the morning. It's going to be at the Superior Court, courthouse on Madison Street. Again, you're going to get notice of all of that.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me?
I don't.
All right, just step to the left. Well, actually, just wait. When the officer comes back, step to your left. He'll give you your paperwork and have you on your way.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. If you'd like, you can go have a seat. We'll bring your paperwork. Thank you, ma'am. Luis Relgado Duran.
Yes, sir.
And then on deck, we're going to have Victor Serta. If you wouldn't mind coming over to the chair. All right. Sir, your full name and date of birth.
Yes, Your Honor. Luis Angel Regalado Duran. Date of birth is January 10th of 1995.
Thank you, sir. You're here on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different matters. We're going to kind of work through all of them one by one. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
All right. Let's start with the matter ending in 336. On that one, you're here on one count of drug paraphernalia, a class 1 misdemeanor. The offense date is 12/14/2025. We're resetting you on that one for an arraignment date of 8/3/2026 at 8:30 a.m.
Okay,
And that is in the Towson Municipal Court. Okay.
okay,
Just so you're aware, we are putting you on a $500 bond on that case. Okay.
okay,
There's standard release conditions that will apply. You'll get that in writing.
okay.
On the 2018 case, that is a Superior Court bench warrant. Let me pull up the warrant. That warrant was issued on July 9th, 2026, and you failed to appear for a non-witness violation hearing. In this matter, we're going to go ahead and issue a bond of $2,000. Again, standard release conditions, you're going to get that in writing.
Okay,
With respect to the next case, it's another Superior Court bench warrant. That warrant was issued on July 9th, 2026 for, again, a failure to appear at a trial management conference. In this matter, we're imposing a $2,000 bond. Standard release conditions apply. With the next matter, it's another warrant issued that's out of Superior Court. Again, failure to appear for trial management conference, same date, July 9th, 2026.
yes,
We're going to go ahead and impose a $2,000 bond. And finally, the new matter. This new matter is a Superior Court case, and you are alleged to have committed the offenses of dangerous drugs, possession, use, a class 4 felony, possession of weapon by prohibited person, class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, possession, use, class 6 felony, and reckless driving, a class 2 misdemeanor. For this case, because of all the other matters, you're non-bondable as a matter of law. And so there's one release condition on this, which is you are not to have any contact with co-defendants. Again, you're going to get all of this in writing. I know I went over a lot with you. You're going to get all in writing, and you're getting appointed counsel. So if you have any questions about any of this, please talk to your public defender. And this is just for right now. It's not permanent. So at the next setting, there's a chance that something changes. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
so not bondable.
Sorry. Yes, correct. And then for this new matter, you have 3 pending court dates on status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning, evidentiary hearing for the warrant, same date at 1:30 p.m. and a prelim hearing on 8/6 at 8:30 in the morning. Okay?
Okay,
That's for the new matter.
Okay.
All right?
thank you.
Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, it's not nice.
Victor Serta? And on deck, we got Vidal Varela. So if you don't mind removing your hat when you're in the courtroom. Thank you very much. So your full name and date of birth.
Full name, Victor Serta, date of birth, January 19, 2000.
Thank you, sir. This is a new Superior Court case in which you have one count of aggravated assault on a minor, a class 6 felony, and disorderly conduct fighting, a class 1 misdemeanor. We're going to go ahead and appoint the public defender for you. You're going to get 2 new court dates, status conference on 8/4/2026 at 8:30 in the morning, and a prelim hearing on 8/6/2026 at 8:30 in the morning to the Superior Court in downtown. You're going to get that in writing. For this matter, the court is placing on a $1,500 bond. All right. On top of the $1,500 bond, as a matter of law, if you post that, they're also going to place you on electronic monitoring. You're going to get all of that writing with all the instructions, and you are not to return to the alleged scene of the crime. Don't contact any of the victims. Don't contact any of the officers, and all the standard release conditions will apply. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
I'm being released today.
You have to post a $1,500 bond to be released. And
Okay.
if you are released, on top of that, you've got to, they'll strap you with an ankle monitor. Okay?
All right, cool.
All right.
Your Honor, this is the court interpreter. The interpreter believes that there was an interpreter case that you needed services for.
There is. Let me pull that up right now.
Would you
Abisai
like
Figueroa Santiago?
Abisai Figueroa Santiago, would you like the interpreter to call the line, or would you just like to do it consecutively?
We'll call the line. We'll get him some headphones. Give us 1 second.
Okay, the interpreter will call. Thank you.
Thank you. Señor, un momento.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Can I get your full name and date of birth?
Me llamo Abisaí Figueroa Santiago, nací el 20 de marzo del 2003.
My name is Abisai Figueroa Santiago, and my date of birth is March 20th, 2003.
Thank you very much, sir. You are here on a new Superior Court case. You are here on one count of dangerous drugs, possession of youth, a Class 4 felony. We're going to go ahead and appoint a public defender for you. We're resetting you to another court date, a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning, and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning. Both of those are in the downtown Superior Court. I'm going to give you that in writing. At this time, we're going to release you on your own recognizance. What that means is you will be released today with certain release conditions. You're going to get all of that in writing. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No.
No.
All right. Please step to the left. You're going to get some paperwork and we'll have you on your way, okay?
Thank you very much. And for the record, Your
Thank you,
Honor,
Madam
Sylvia Fisher
Interpreter.
Ferreira.
And would you mind making just a group call to see if anybody else needed the interpreter services?
Yes, and would you like the interpreter to ask them to raise their hands if they do?
Please.
¿Hay alguien más que requiere los servicios de la intérprete? En caso que sí, por favor, levante la mano.
And it doesn't appear that anyone is. All right, Madam Interpreter, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Vidal Varela to the podium, please, and Cristino Valenzuela to the waiting chair. All right, so when you get to the podium, your full name and date of birth.
January 18, 1998.
And your full name?
Vidal Alexis Herrera Varela.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what I have here. You're saying with one count of ag DUI due to license being suspended or revoked. That is a Class 4 felony. We're going to go ahead and reset you. It looks like you have existing counsel already, so you'll keep that counsel. You're reset for August 6, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. You are here on a warrant that was issued for not appearing at your arraignment. That warrant was issued on July 22nd, 2026 by a trial court division, and the request there was made for a $3,000 cash-only bond. We're going to go ahead and affirm that release condition. If you post that $3,000 cash bond, you will get standard release conditions. You'll get all of that in writing. Otherwise, you will remain in custody till that August 6th court date. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
Okay.
No questions?
No questions.
All right, just step to the left. I'll get you some paperwork, have you on your way. Thanks, sir. Cristino Valenzuela. And on deck, we've got Juan Velarde. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
When you're ready, please, your full name and date of birth.
Cristino Valenzuela, June 28, 1989.
All right, thank you very much, sir. All right, sir. You are here on two separate cases. We're going to go over them one by one. On the first matter, you're here on a probation violation, which is a Class 4 felony. We're going to go ahead and appoint you a public defender. We're going to reset you for a probation revocation arraignment. On that same date is a disposition hearing. Doesn't necessarily mean you're having two hearings, but they're at the same time, okay? That's August 5th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. The Superior Court. I'm going to give you that in writing. For this case, the court is imposing a $250 secured appearance bond. If you post that, you will be released with standard release conditions. It's important that you also report to probation within 72 hours of your release, okay? And you're going to get all of that in writing. With the new case, you are here on one count of narcotic drug possession, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession of youth, a Class 6 felony. We're, again, appointing the public defender for you. We're resetting you to a status conference that is also on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning. For this, we are placing just a tiny bond, a secured appearance bond of $50. It's basically a placeholder for you that you get credit for the time that you're in custody. And if for whatever reason you're unable to post that other bond, this transfers you over. We kept it at zero. There's a chance you could get lost in the system. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
Is there any way you could do pre-trial?
Not at this time.
Not
at this time. At the next hearing, you can readdress that with the next judge,
All
and
right,
there's a good chance that they'll hear on that, okay?
okay.
All right, just step to the left, we'll get your paperwork and have you on your way. Juan Velarde and Travis Hodgson to the chair, please. Sir, when you get to the podium, just your full name and date of birth, please.
Juan Velarde, 07/06/97.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. Sir, you are here on two cases as well. In the first matter, it's a probation violation. We're appointing you the public defender. This one is a Superior Court probation violation. You were on warrant for it. That warrant was issued on November 21st, 2025. So it's been a minute since we've seen you. So with that, we are going to go ahead and reset you for a probation revocation arraignment and disposition hearing both on August 5th, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning. That's at the Superior Court in downtown. You'll get the address and all of that in writing. We're imposing a $250 secured appearance bond. All standard release conditions apply. You will get that in writing. With the new case that you were picked up on, you were cited with 1 count of dangerous drugs, possession use, class 4 felony, narcotic drug possession use, class 4 felony, obstructing government operations, class 1 misdemeanor. That is also a Superior Court case. We're appointing a public defender to assist you with that. That is going to be reset for a status conference on August 4th, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning, or a preliminary hearing at 8/6/2026 at 8:30 in the morning. For this one, we're just placing a placeholder bond on you for $50. Again, as I told the last defendant, it's just so you get credit for time served in both of them, and they know that you're in the system and get transported for both cases. If you post both of those bonds, you will be released. All your release conditions are in writing. Do you have any questions for me? All right, just remember you are on probation, so if you do get released, you need to contact them within 72 hours. All right?
All right.
Anything else?
No.
All right, just step to your left, I'll get your paperwork and have you out. Travis Hodgson and Chanel Bork, please in the chair. Mr. Hodgson, whenever you're ready, your full name and date of birth, please.
Travis Hodgson, July 1st, 1979.
Thank you, sir. You're here on a warrant outside of county. This is a Pima County case originating at the Justice Court over there. That warrant, it appears, was issued on September 26th of 2025. We're resetting you for an arraignment on that case. You're going to be reset for August 3rd, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning. We're also imposing a $500 bond, secured appearance bond. If you post that bond, you're expected to show up to that court date, okay? Otherwise, another warrant's going to issue, and at that juncture, likely a higher bond would be levied upon you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, give me 1 second. All standard release conditions will apply. You're going to get all of that in writing. Sir, is there something you'd like to say?
I was just going to ask, I have my cat who's currently back at home. I have an exam that I was supposed to do today. I'm a full-time student at at ASU engineering. I'm very responsible these days. Is there any possible way you could make it an OR bond? Just to make sure that I make everything in time, and I will absolutely take care of all of this. The reason I missed the last one is I was in the hospital.
I appreciate that, sir. That's not corroborating with what we have. And again, this warrant's from 2025. And so you've had now from then until now to do something.
Certainly.
And unfortunately, this is where we're at. We can readdress it at the next hearing on August 3rd. But at this juncture, you're going to have to post that $500 secured appearance bond, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Step to your left. I'll get you paperwork and have you on your way. Chanel Bork and Thomas Deerholt to the chair, please. Name your full name and date of birth.
Chanel Jermaine Burke, November 1995.
Ms. Burke, I apologize for that. Thank you very much.
Fine.
You were here on a Superior Court bench warrant. That bench warrant was issued on August 13th, 2025 for a failure to appear for a revocation arraignment. At this time, we're going to go ahead and affirm your existing attorney. We're resetting you for a probation revocation arraignment hearing on August 5th, 2026 at the same time as your disposition hearing.
Okay.
That's at 8:30 a.m. at the Superior Court in downtown. We'll give you that in writing.
Okay.
And at this time, we are issuing a $250 secured appearance bond. Okay? It's because it's a probation violation warrant for your FTA.
Can I say something?
All standard release conditions apply if you post that bond.
Okay.
You don't have to say anything at all, but if you'd like to say
No,
something,
I'm
go
good,
ahead.
I'm good.
All right. Please step to your left and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Gotta get some paperwork. Thomas Deerholt and Veronica Mendez to the chair, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Deerholt.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Sir, your full name and date of birth.
Thomas Charles Deerholt, 10/18/1981.
Thank you very much, sir. You're before this court today on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. That violation warrant was issued on May 20th, 2026. Again, that's for one count of probation violation. I'm going to go ahead and appoint you the public defender to help you out, okay, sir? We're resetting you for a probation revocation arraignment hearing on August 5th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. and disposition hearing at the same time. We're going to impose a $250 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond, you'll be released from custody. If you do not, you'll be in custody and they'll transport you over to that hearing on August 5th. If you're released, all standard release conditions apply and you're going to get all of that in writing. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right. Step to the left. We'll get you some paperwork and have you on your way. Veronica Mendez. And Tanya Knighton to the chair, please. Ms. Mendez, your full name and date of birth.
Veronica Mendez, 2/27/1986.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here on two separate cases. We're going to work through them one by one. On the first one, it's the Superior Court probation violation warrant. That warrant was issued on April 23rd, 2026 for your failure to appear at a revocation probation hearing. For that case, we're going to go ahead and appoint you the public defender to help you. We're going to reset you for a court date on August 5th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. to Superior Court. You're going to get that in writing. You're going to be held on a secured appearance bond of $150. If you post that in this case, you'll be released. All standard release conditions apply, which you will receive in writing. For the second case, you are here for another warrant. This was for a petition to revoke probation. You failed to appear at that hearing. That was also on April 23rd, 2026. For that case, we're going to, again, appoint you a public defender. You're reset for August 5th at 8:30 in the morning. And that case is also going to have a $150 secured appearance bond. So in total, if you post $300 in secured appearance bonds, you'll be released on both your cases, and you're required to appear on August 5th, 2026. All standard release conditions apply, which you will get in writing. Do you have any questions for me, ma'am? All right, just step to your left, get you some paperwork, and have you on your way. Tanya Knighton and Jorge Reyes to the chair, please. Ms. Knighton, your full name and date of birth, please.
Tanaya Marie Knighton, 02/04/2001.
My apologies for mispronouncing your first name. That is exactly what I have here. Thank you, ma'am. You are here on a new Superior Court case. There's one count of dangerous drugs, possession of use, a Class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, possession of use, a Class 6 felony, and prostitution, a Class 1 misdemeanor. For the purposes of today's hearing, I have not found probable cause for any of these, okay? It doesn't necessarily mean that the case is dismissed. However, it means that I get to indicate that I couldn't find any probable cause to hold you in custody. We're going to give you another court date. We're appointing you a public defender. Your new court date is for a status conference on August 4th, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning. There's going to be another preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning. You're required to show up for both of those hearings, okay? You're going to get information for your public defender as well. They're going to give you an office number. Just call them. The form.
I have August 13th and 17th on the paperwork.
Thank you. I am reading the wrong dates. The officer is correct. Those dates are August 13th at 8:30 in the morning, August 17th at 8:30 in the morning. Bright, bold letters, and I just read the wrong one, so I apologize for that. Thank you, officer. Do you have any questions for me, ma'am?
No.
All right, step to your left. They're going to give you all that paperwork and have you on your way. Of course. Jorge Reyes and Victor Sanchez to the chair, please. Mr. Reyes, your full name and date of birth.
Jorge Alberto Reyes, September 18, 1990.
Thank you, sir. You're here on a new Superior Court case. One count of dangerous drugs, possession use, a Class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, possession use, a Class 6 felony. I'm going to go ahead and appoint you the public defender. We're going to reset you for a status conference as well as a preliminary hearing on August 13th, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning, and a preliminary hearing on August 17th, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning. I'm releasing you to supervised release, okay? You're going to get paperwork on what to do. They're going to give you all your release conditions, and you're going to get all the release conditions in writing. You have to report to them within 72 hours. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can do it.
All right. Then with that being said, we're going to get you all that paperwork. Step to your left. Do you have any questions for me?
No,
All right. Have a great rest of your day.
Yep.
Victor Sanchez and Rosetta Thomas to the chair, please. Share your full name and date of birth.
Victor Sanchez, November 9, 2001.
Do you have a middle name?
Hugo.
Thank you very much. That's what I have here. You're here on a new Superior Court case. You've got one count of resisting arrest with risk of physical injury, an F6, Class 6 felony, and one count of criminal damage, defacing property, Class 2 misdemeanor. Okay?
I have a question.
Let me finish this and I will answer your question, okay? We're resetting you to a status conference on August 13th, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning, and a preliminary hearing on August 17th, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning. We're going to go ahead and release you, okay, to supervised release, pretrial services. You are to report to them within 72 hours. You're going to get standard release conditions, but you're not allowed to go back to the location where this crime happened. You're not allowed to contact any of the victims, and you may not reside in locations with any of the victims, okay? That's just a little summary of what's going to be there. And if there's any orders of protection or injunction against harassment, you got to follow those as well. Do you have any questions about any of that?
So where was this location at? Because like I'm not getting the like two questions. Like I don't know like what damage I did. You know, like
Sure. And you're going to get all that information. We appointed a lawyer to help you out. So you're going to get all of that from your attorney. But it appears that it happened at 13252 North 15th Drive.
Oh, okay.
All right, and there's enough in the police report for me to find probable cause. And so I'm going to go ahead and release your pretrial services. Just report to them within 72 hours. Do you have any other questions?
What does that mean? Like,
They're going to give you a phone number. Make sure you call them and report to them.
All right.
Okay? They'll tell you exactly what to do after that.
All right.
Yep, it's in the big envelope that they're giving you right now.
All right.
All right, make sure you read through everything.
All right.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, sir. Ms. Rosetta and Crystal Tully to the chair when you're ready. Take your time, ma'am. Ma'am, when you're ready, can I get your full name and date of birth, please?
Rosetta Thomas, 11753.
Thank you very much. That is exactly what I have here. You're here for a Superior Court probation violation warrant. That warrant was issued on June 1st, 2026 for your failure to appear at a probation revocation hearing, okay? In the revocation, you are to have alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5. What we're going to do is appoint a public defender to help you out. We're resetting you to a probation revocation hearing on August 5th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. And there's going to be a disposition hearing on the same day of August 5th, 2026. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance with your promise to appear. Will you come to that court date?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're going to get information for the public defender. Please make sure you reach out to them. And we will see you on August 5th, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to get everything in writing, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Have a great rest of your day, ma'am.
You too.
And Ms. Tully, once Ms. Thomas gets out, you can come on up to the podium. Can we get Mr. Pfister to the chair? Name your full name and date of birth.
Crystal Tully, 12/13/2004.
Thank you, ma'am. That is what I have here. You're appearing before us on a Superior Court arrest warrant. That arrest warrant was issued on July 17, 2026. It looks like this was a direct complaint. You were charged with one count of aggravated DUI for driving on a suspended or revoked license. and we are resetting you to a status conference on August 13th, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning, and a preliminary hearing on August 17th, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning, releasing you to pretrial supervision. Report to them within 72 hours. You're going to get all your terms and conditions of release in writing, but make sure you report to pretrial services, okay?
Pre-trial services.
Yeah, you're going to get an envelope with all the information in there. There's a phone number you need to call. Make sure you call them. They'll tell you exactly what to do.
Okay.
Okay? But you are being released today.
Okay. Thank
Okay?
you.
Do you have any questions for me?
No, nothing.
All right. Have a seat and we'll have you on your way. Mr. Pfister? And Eric K. to the chair, please. Mr. Pfister, your full name and date of birth.
Scott Paul Pfister, January 23rd, 1982.
Thank you, sir. You're here on a justice court warrant. That justice court warrant was issued on March 26, 2026 for your failure to appear. It appears for a predisposition conference. You failed to appear for that. What we're going to do today, sir, is reset you for a court date on August 14, 2026 at 10 a.m. Can't appoint a public defender for you because it's a justice court case. Very likely they'll appoint one for you there, but that's their jurisdiction, okay? I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. This is your first FTA.
Thank you.
Please show up. You're going to get the court date in writing.
Okay.
Show up to that August 14th date. The cycle is just going to repeat.
Okay.
And end up back here.
Okay.
Likely next time they're going to impose a bond.
Okay.
Understood? Do
Understood.
you have any questions for me, sir?
That's the only thing holding me, right?
It's the only thing holding you that I got.
Sounds good to me.
All right, step to your left. They're going to give you some paperwork and have you on your way. Eric K. And Jeanette Kume to the chair, please. Sir, your full name and date of birth.
Eric Charles K., 6/30 of 1983.
Mr. K, thank you. That's what I have here. You're here for a new Superior Court case of which you are charged with one count of narcotic drug possession, use, a Class 4 felony, one count of drug paraphernalia possession, use, a Class 6 felony, criminal trespass, third degree of property, Class 3 misdemeanor, okay? We're going to go ahead and appoint the public defender for you. We're resetting you to a status conference on August 13, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning, as well as a preliminary hearing on August 17, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning. I'm releasing you to pretrial services. You're to report to them within 72 hours. You're going to get all your release conditions in writing. Most important, report to pretrial services.
Absolutely.
Make sure you read through everything, but remain law-abiding. You won't have any issues. Come to that court date, okay?
You got it.
You have any questions for me?
No, thank you.
All right, sir. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Jeanette? And Patricia McNabb to the chair, please. Name your full name and date of birth.
Jeanette Kume, 12/13/2002.
Ma'am, thank you very much. You're here on a new Superior Court case. You were cited one count of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, one count of resisting arrest with the use of physical force, a Class 6 felony, and one count of criminal trespass, third degree property, a Class 3 misdemeanor. We're going to go ahead and appoint the public defender for you. We're resetting you to a status conference. We're doing that on August 13, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning. We're also resetting you for a preliminary hearing on August 17, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning.
Okay.
You're going to get all of that in writing. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Okay? You're going to get all your release conditions in writing. Most important, remain law-abiding. Don't have any contact with the victims. Don't have any contact with the arresting officers. Everything else you're going to get in writing. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
All right. Step to your left. We'll have you on your way.
Thank you.
I'll skip that down. You drop it for a second.
Make a record if you want, right? Oh, yeah, let's do foul. Wait, don't it turn it down?
Let's do helpful. Ms. McNabb, just sit down for 1 second. I'll call you. That's Patricia. I don't know.
Oh, she might be finished.
Yeah.
You'll have the score and tap and
Okay. issue at 12:50. I'm just affirming. There's nothing else that really popped up, but. DUI. Catherine Field? If you're coming up to the podium real quick. Your full name and date of birth, please.
Catherine Nicole File, 4/14/1987.
Ms. File, I apologize. Thank you. That is what I have here. You're here on a direct complaint warrant. That warrant was issued by Judge Ciccone on 3/11/2026 for your failure to appear for what appears to be an initial appearance. You were cited with 1 count of narcotic drug possession use, a class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession use, class 6 felony, 1 count of DUI liquor drug vapor combo, class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of DUI drug metabolite, a class 1 misdemeanor. The previous judge imposed a $1,250 secured appearance bond. I'm going to go ahead and affirm that decision. To be released, you have to post that $1,250 bond. If you are released, you're going to get standard release conditions. You must abide by all of them at all times. We're resetting you to a court date, status conference on 8/4/2026 at 8:30 in the morning, and a preliminary hearing 8/6/2026 at 8:30 in the morning, and we're appointing you the public defender to help you. If you have any questions or wish to readdress release conditions, you'll do that at the next setting. We're going to give you some paperwork. Step to your left, and we'll have you on your way. All right, Ms. McNabb. The podium, please. May I have your name and date of birth?
Patricia McNabb, 2/10/79.
Thank you very much. That is what I have here. A warrant for your arrest was issued by the state of Missouri. Before court, you were given some paperwork to review on a laminated card. Did you read that paperwork?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. As I stated, you have a warrant from the state of Missouri. You have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to the requested state within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are sent back to the state of Missouri. With your case, however, you do have some pending matters here
Right.
that have to be addressed first. Okay?
Yeah, I'm on probation here.
Understood.
And there's,
There may be some interstate compacts,
yeah, that's exactly what
Correct.
it is.
but they did issue a warrant out of Missouri.
Okay.
And I don't know if that was triggered by something that occurred here. Because of that, you're not required to waive that extradition hearing. Okay?
Okay.
So we can go ahead and indicate that you're not waiving that extradition hearing. If you choose not to waive that, give me 1 second. If you keep your rights and you do not want to sign the paperwork at this time, we're going to set a bond for you. Okay?
Okay.
Give me 1 second, because I don't think we did that. I apologize. It's a probation, since it's a probation violation from Missouri, you're unfortunately non-bondable, so I can't even set a bond for you. So what's going to happen first is you'll address all of those cases, and then we will then bring you probably back on this one and go from there.
Wait a minute, I'm confused.
So you have 2 other cases.
Out of Missouri.
You have 2 other cases out of here.
Oh, yeah. I have 2 probation cases out of here.
Correct.
Correct.
So you
Yeah.
you have to take care of those cases before
Right.
anything happens with the
Right.
extradition warrant.
Yeah, and they're gonna
Okay.
what is it?
Reinstating you?
Reinstating me here and wanting me to do treatment here.
Okay. If
Yeah.
that's the case, that's the case.
And then, so I'll have to finish doing that here, and then and,
which is perfectly fine.
yeah,
What's gonna happen is you gotta take care of both of those cases first,
right,
okay?
right.
So you'll be transported to take both of those cases. At this time, you're non-bondable because of the fact that the extradition warrant is on a probation violation. I
Uh-huh.
can't do anything about that. So they're gonna hold you in custody and, we're gonna reset you for an in-custody court date of August 10th, 2026 at 1:30 PM. The
Okay,
next time we're gonna see you,
okay.
okay? Hopefully by then, they've transported you to different jurisdictions, you've resolved everything there, and then we can move forward from there.
Well, my other one's in Missouri, so, and it's supposed
Don't worry about the Missouri one right now. We're focused on the ones that are stateside.
okay, so I'm just have to worry about this one, okay, so
For the
this,
time being, yes.
yeah, I'm just gonna be reinstated and have to do, purpose
I
healing.
can't tell you that. If
Well,
that-
no, that's what, okay,
We have
so,
to resolve those are showing open
okay,
in our
so
system.
my question is I'm gonna have to do purpose healing here. Am I gonna be released to be able to do purpose healing?
No, not at this time. I can't give you that
Yeah.
answer, maybe a different court down the line, but right now you're non-bondable because it's
Okay.
a probation violation. We've got to deal with the Missouri stuff. But there's kind of a chain of custody that we have to go through.
Okay.
And unfortunately, because of that, right now, you're going to be transported to those other cases. They'll resolve it and then we'll figure out what we're doing with the Missouri stuff. They'll
Okay,
probably reset you for another fugitive justice hearing, at which point you can waive the extradition hearing and get transported back or
well, I'm not
maintain
gonna
it.
be done with my stuff here.
Yeah, and so that court date of 8/10,
Uh-huh,
that's the next time you get a chance to talk to a judge, myself or someone else, and possibly waive that hearing,
okay,
okay? I know that's a bit confusing for
It
me.
is,
So,
it is.
do you have any other questions for me?
No,
All right, just step to your left, we'll get you some paperwork and have you on your way. All right, we do have 2 house visits. The first one being Edwin Stokes, PF 2026-129267. For this case, he is here on a Superior Court new case. 1 count of shoplifting, removal of goods, a Class 4 felony, and then obstruction, refusal to provide truthful name, Class 2 misdemeanor. He's going to be appointed a public defender. He's being reset to a status conference on 8/4/2026 at 8:30 in the morning and a preliminary hearing on 8/6/2026 at 8:30 in the morning, imposing a secured appearance bond of $500. He has standard release conditions, which we will give him in writing. The other case is Misty MacArthur, CR 2023-141957. For that case, she is here on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. For the probation violation, we are appointing her a public defender. And for the record, that warrant was issued on June 24th, 2026. It is, the PTR alleges that she's violated terms 3, 4, and 5. We are imposing a secured appearance bond of $250. If she posts that, she will get standard release conditions. If she needs to contact probation within 72 hours, all of that will be given to her in writing. At this time, we are going to go do those house visits. If anything needs to be updated, I will come back and do that on the record. But as it stands, we are in recess. All rise. Be seated. Jane. We ready? All right.
Okay, this is the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for July 29th, 2026. Court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to this calendar. If you are the victim, this is victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. I'm Commissioner Aragon, your initial appearance judge. This is your initial appearance hearing. The court will decide whether you are to be held or released. If you are released, I will advise you of the conditions of your release. I will not go over every detail of your release. All of the conditions of your release will be provided to you in the paperwork that you receive after your hearing. I will advise you of why you were arrested. I will not be deciding whether you are guilty or not guilty of those charges. You have the right to remain silent. We are recording everything that is said at this hearing. Please do not discuss the facts of your case because it may be used against you in the future. I only need to find probable cause of your charges in this hearing. If I do not find probable cause in any or all of your charges, that does not mean that those charges are dropped or will not be filed in the future. In deciding your release today, I will be considering the charges that you were brought in for, your past criminal history, and your history of showing up at court. I will also be providing you a public defender if you qualify. I will provide you with your next court dates. When I call your name, please go to the podium. I will also call the person who is appearing next to have a seat outside the door. Carolyn Swearingen to the podium, please, and Caleb Wagner, you're on deck. All right, ma'am, can you state your name and date of birth?
Carolyn Swearingen, 5/27/1994.
All right, ma'am, you are here on a new Superior Court case and 2 failure to appear bench warrants. I'm going to go over your new case first. That is related to 1 count of drug possession, paraphernalia possession. I'm providing a public defender. You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning, a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning, and an evidentiary hearing on August 4th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Since you are on felony release in another matter, you are not bailable. On your failure to appear bench warrants, okay, you've got 2 of those. The court date's going to be the same for both, and that's August 4th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a disposition hearing at Superior Court. You're getting public defender on both of those matters as well. The first one is related to possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. Your bond in that first one is $2,500. On the second one, it's also $2,500. But even if you've made those bond amounts, you're not going to be released because you're on felony release for that other case. If you do make bond at any future time or are released at any future hearing, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Not to possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and report to your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Caleb Wagner to the podium, and Garrett Scott, you're on deck. Wagner, can you state your name and date of birth?
Caleb Wagner, 9/24/1996.
All right, you're here on a new Superior Court case related to 4 counts of unlawful flight from law enforcement, 1 count of knowingly displaying a false license plate, and exceeding the speed limit by over 20 miles per hour. I'm fighting. Oh, hold on a minute. It doesn't appear that you're going to be eligible for a public defender, but if that changes, you can always request one at a future hearing, okay?
Yes, sir.
You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court, preliminary hearing on August 6th, 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. Your bond in this matter has been set at $5,000. You do make bond and are released from custody, not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir?
Okay.
Okay, please step to your left and gather your paper. Garrett Scott to the podium, please, and Ruby Lake, you're on deck. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Garrett Scott, February 23rd, 1992.
Right, so you're here on two matters. You've got a new Superior Court case and probation violation warrant. I'm going to go over your new case first. Your new case is related to three charges: possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony; possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony; and criminal trespassing, Class 3 misdemeanor. Providing you with the public defender, you have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. Your bond in this matter has been set at $5,000. On the probation violation warrant, that is going to be related to your new charges. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning and a possible disposition hearing at that same time. And you are in probation violation proceedings. I'm setting a placeholder bond in that matter of $50. That way you get credit for being here on that. So if you do make bond and are released, you still have to make those court dates. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to initiate any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to have possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Not to possess any or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. You must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please take a step to the left and gather your paperwork. Ruby Lake to the podium, and Craig Purvis, you're on deck. All right, Ms. Lake, can you state your name and date of birth?
Ruby Lake, August 20th, 2003.
All right, ma'am, you are here on two counts. One, tampering with physical evidence, Class 6 felony; possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. Fighting you with the public defender. You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. Your bond in this matter is $1,500. If you do make bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Craig Purvis to the podium, and Ramon Lopez, you're on deck. Mr. Purvis, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Craig Purvis Senior, October 21st, 1959.
Okay. Are you a little hard of hearing, sir?
No, ma'am. No, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you're here on a new Superior Court case related to two counts of aggravated assault, Class 5 felony. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning. Your bond in this matter has been set at $1,500. If you are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir?
I understand they slapped me first.
Okay, don't talk to me about your case, because I'm not here about that.
Nothing.
All right, please get your paperwork. Thank you. Ramon Lopez to the podium, please. And Darren Elder, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Yeah, Ramon Lopez, 7/18/96.
All right, so you're here on a new Superior Court case related to possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and tampering with physical evidence, a Class 6 felony. Providing you with a public defender. You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning, and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning. Your bond in that matter is set at $2,000. You're also here on a probation violation warrant related to your new charges. Again, I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning and a possible disposition hearing at the same time. I'm putting a placeholder bond on that matter in the amount of $50, so you'll get credit for the time that you're here. If you do make bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. Not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Darren Elder to the podium, and Ronald Brown, you're on deck. All right, Mr. Elder, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Duran Elder, 12/18/1988.
All right, sir, you're here on a probation violation warrant related to an aggravated DUI.
So, Your Honor, the reason I actually got that.
Okay, don't talk to me about the facts of your case, okay? Because I'm not deciding that. I'm just setting your bond for your next hearing. You'll do all of that at your next hearing and when you have a public defender.
Okay.
Okay. I just don't want you to say anything that's going to hurt your case.
Yeah,
Oftentimes people think they're saying something that's not going to matter or helps their case, and it's the opposite that happens. So I don't want you to do that.
No,
Plus,
understood.
I'm not going to do I can't do anything about it anymore.
Understood.
All right. So I'm providing you with public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court, and a disposition hearing on August 5th at that same time. Your bond in that amount has been set at $400. If you do make that bond and are released, you still have to go to that court date. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not possess or consume alcohol or drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Please take a step to your left, sir, and gather your paperwork. Thank you. Ronald Brown to the podium, and William Dustin, you're on deck.
Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Ronald Brown, 4/3/1970.
All right, so you are also here on a probation violation warrant related to possession of narcotic drugs charge. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning and a possible disposition hearing at that same time. That's Superior Court. Your bond in that matter has been set at $250. If you do make bond and are released, not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You may not have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You may not possess any weapons. You may not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address, and you are on probation. You must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Yes, sir.
I seen my probation officer. He gave me a card. I went through my case and everything already. I was going through some medical situations. So when they did see me on the street.
Hold on a minute. I don't want you to say anything that's going to affect your case.
Because
I understand.
Okay. All right.
The thing is that warrant's still open, so it needs to be taken care of, and you need to contact a probation officer, and he'll help you get all this stuff straightened out.
Okay, okay.
Okay, please take a step to your left, sir, and gather your paperwork. I think I did. That was number 20, right? Yeah, is he still at the bottom? Oh, yeah, he's there. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. All right, William Dustin to the podium, please. All right, Mr. Dustin, please state your name and date of birth.
William Dunstan. 2988.
All right, sir. All right, sir, you're here on 3 probation violation warrants. Your court dates are going to be the same on each of these warrants, okay? I'm giving you a public defender on all 3 of these. Your court date is August 5th at 8:30 in the morning. Superior Court, probation revocation hearing, and a possible disposition hearing at that same time. That'll be the same for all 3 of those probation violation warrants. Your first bond amount is $100 on the first warrant. On the second warrant, it is $150, and on the third warrant, it is $159. All right, sir. So if you do make a bond on those 3 and are released, you still have to go to those court dates. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir? Okay. Please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Dane Davis to the podium and Alias Heilman. You're on deck. Mr. Davis, please state your name and date of birth.
Dane Ronald Davis, 10-6-75.
All right, sir, you are here on a probation violation warrant related to possible dangerous drugs charge. I'm providing you with public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court and a possible disposition hearing at that same time. Your bond in this matter is $300. If you do make bond and are released, you still have to go to that court date. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir?
Okay.
Okay. Please take a step to your left, sir, and gather your paperwork. Alias Heilman to the podium, and Sandra Juarez, you're on deck. All right, sir, can you state your name and date of birth?
Elias Heilman, October 10th, 2006.
All right, sir, you are here on a municipal court warrant out of Peoria Municipal Court related to disorderly conduct charge, Class 1 misdemeanor, and assault with intent to injure, Class 3 misdemeanor. I cannot provide you counsel because this is a municipal court matter, but you can request a public defender if you need one at your next hearing at Peoria Municipal Court. That hearing will be on August 4th at 9 a.m. at Peoria Municipal Court. Your bond in that matter has been set at $500. If you do make bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're allowed one civil standby by a law enforcement if you reside with the victim. And that means that you can go and get your stuff to call Peoria PD, or you can call the Sheriff's Department. They'll arrange to meet you there. You go in, grab what you need, and then you have to leave. You're not to reside at the same location of any alleged victim. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address, and you must obey any orders of protection or injunctions against harassment. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please take a step to your left. You don't need this on. And get your papers. Thank you. Sandra Juarez to the podium. All right, Ms. Flores, can you state your name and date of birth?
Sandra Juarez, July 12, 1969.
Okay, ma'am, you're here on 2 probation violation warrants.
Yes.
Your court dates will be the same for both, and you're getting public defender for both. Your probation revocation hearing is set for August 5th at 8:30 in the morning, and a possible disposition hearing at that same time. It's on both. Your warrant on the first one is $100. Your warrant on the second one is also $100.
Okay.
Do make bond in our release, you still have to go to those court dates, okay? You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. Just notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, please take a step to your left and get in paper. Sandra Estrada Flores to the podium, please. And Gino Anaya, you're on deck. State your name, date of birth.
Sandra Estrada, 03-2406.
All right, ma'am. You're here on justice court case out of Ironwood Justice Court for exceeding the posted speed limit of over 20 miles per hour. I'm fighting you with the public defender. You have an arraignment hearing on August 18th at 9 a.m. at Ironwood Justice Court, okay? Are you going to go to that hearing if I release you?
Yes.
Okay. So you really don't have any criminal history, but you're driving way too fast.
Yes.
Okay. At least that's what's alleged. I'm not here to decide that, but that's what's alleged. When you go that fast, a lot of things can happen. You can blow a tire. If that happens, you can lose control and run into somebody. And if they're injured or killed, then you and I are having a much different conversation. Okay.
Yeah.
I can say that because that's happened to my cousin. He was going 130 on Grand and killed somebody. And it's just because when you're going that fast, people can't react to you as quickly as they need to. So please don't do that. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So I am going to release you on your own recognizance. When you are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Just notify the court of any new address, and you may not leave the state. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Take your paperwork. Good luck.
Thank you.
Gino Anaya, you're on deck, and Nicholas Gardejo, you're on deck. All right, sir, can you state your name, please, and date of birth?
Gino Cesar Valencia Naya, 7-5-97, sir.
Okay, you're here on a Superior Court violation warrant, probation violation warrant, related to a possession of drug paraphernalia charge. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning, and a disposition hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning. I'm giving you a public defender. If I release you, you're going to show up to that hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you better, because if you come back,
Well, I want to see you again. I'll show it.
yeah, you're not going to get, yeah.
Thank you.
I'll set a bond next time.
Okay.
All right, so when you're released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, you're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers, not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, you're not to possess or consume any alcohol, not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Get your papers. Good luck to you. Nicholas Gardejo. Samantha Sullivan, you're on deck. All right, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Nicholas Alexander Garlejo, 2/5/1996.
All right, sir. You are also here on a probation violation warrant related to a possession of drug paraphernalia charge. I'm providing a public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning with possible disposition hearing at the same time. If I release you, are you going to show up to that hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Based on that promise to show up, and based on the fact that you only have one case that this probation is related to, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, all right? But you have to go to that hearing. If you don't go to that hearing, I see you again, I'm going to set a bond for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. Not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Not to possess or consume any alcohol. You may not have drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. Must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please take a step to the left and gather your paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Samantha Sullivan to the podium, please. And Jaleisha Lanks. You're on deck. All right, ma'am, can you state your name and date of birth?
Samantha Lee Sullivan, 2/1993.
Okay, ma'am. You are here on a Santan Justice Court case. That's a Justice Court case for exceeding the posted speed limit 20 miles per hour and driving with a suspended license. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a arraignment hearing on August 18th at 9 a.m. If I release you, are you going to show up?
Yes.
Okay. And you really have no criminal history. So I hope you'll slow down. All right.
Where is that court?
Santan Justice Court, the address and everything will be on your paperwork.
Okay.
All right. So after you're released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. So do what you need to do to get your driver's license. Otherwise, you're going to be back here in front of me. All right.
Okay.
Do not leave the state. Must notify the court of any new address. You understand, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Please take a step to your left. Get your paperwork. Jaleisha Lanks. Name and date of birth.
Hi, Jaleisha Lanks, 92688.
Jaleisha
Jaleisha.
Lanks. That's hard to say. All right, ma'am. You are here on 2 counts, actually 4 counts, 3 counts of disorderly conduct, fighting, class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of assault with intent to injure. Since this is a municipal court out of El Mirage, I can't provide you with public defender, but when you get there, if you need one, you can request one.
Okay.
All right. So you don't really have any criminal history. Well, you do, but it's old.
Very old.
So if I release you, are you going to show up that court date?
Yes.
Okay. So your court date is on August 18th at 8:30 in the morning, El Mirage Municipal Court. But you have some terms of conditions of release. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You cannot have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You may not reside at the same location as any victims, okay? You are allowed 1 civil standby. That means that if you need to gather belongings for that residence, you call El Mirage PD, or you can call the Sheriff's Department. They'll arrange to meet you there. They'll give you a few minutes for you to go in, you gather your belongings, and then you leave. You'll have to find someplace to stay.
Okay.
You're not, until all this is taken care of.
Till the court date, right?
Well, until the whole thing is, I don't know what the judge in the next court's going to say. He may keep these conditions in place.
Gotcha.
But at least until that next court date.
Okay.
You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address, and you must obey the terms of any orders of protection or injunctions against harassment. You understand me?
Okay.
Okay. Please take a step
Yes,
to the left
sir.
and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anthony Lopez to the podium, please. All right, Mr. Lopez, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Good day, Your Honor. Anthony Lopez, 12/7/1983.
All right, sir, you are here on a probation violation warrant. I'm providing you with public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning and a disposition hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning. Your probation officer has placed a hold on you, so you will not be released at least until your next hearing. If you do get released at that time, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You may not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You must notify the court of any new address. You may not leave the state. You must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you please turn to the left and get your paperwork?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have, let's see, 4 house calls. The first house call is Alvaro Noe. His date of birth is January 30th, 2004. He is on a probation violation warrant. I'm providing him with a public defender. He has a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning and a disposition hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning. He has a bond in that matter of $250, but he is in ASPC custody, so he will not be released even if he makes that bond. If he does get released, he has at any future hearing, he will have conditions and restrictions of his release from custody that I will go with him at his cell, go over with him at his cell. Next, we have Jody Hollenquist. Jody Hollenquist is here on a grand jury warrant related to assaulting a correction officer, classified felony. Hollenquist has a arraignment hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning, and I'm providing him with a public defender. His bond in that matter is set at $1,000. If he does make bond and is released, he'll have conditions of his release that I will go over with him at his cell. Next, we have Trayvon Johnson. He is here on 3 matters. He is here on a grand jury warrant, a grand jury warrant, and a 3rd grand jury warrant. The first grand jury warrant is related to aggravated assault on a correction officer. He's a release. Classified felony. He's going to get a public defender on that matter. There's an arraignment hearing on August 5th, 8:30 in the morning. His bond on that matter has been set at $2,500. And the second grand jury warrant that is also related to an ag assault on a correctional officer. His arraignment hearing is the same, August 5th, 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court. His bond in that matter is $5,000. And on his final grand jury warrant, that is related to another count of aggravated assault on a corrections officer. He has public defender again on all these matters. He's got an arraignment hearing on August 5th, 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court. Those are the same for all 3 matters. On this last bond, that's set at $2,500. If he does make bond and is released, and it looks like he's still in custody, so he will not be released. He will have conditions of release if he's released at any future hearings. I will go over those with him at his cell. Alexander Colvin is our final house call. And he's here on Justice Court, a new case. His date of birth is April 30th, 1992. He is here on 2 new counts: assault causing fear of physical injury, class 2 misdemeanor, and reckless driving, class 2 misdemeanor. He's going to get provided a public defender. He has an arraignment hearing on August 18th at 1:30 in the morning. I am releasing him on his own recognizance. He may not come within 1,000 yards of the victim, and he will have or the victim's residence workplace, and he will also have other conditions and restrictions of release that I will go over with him at his cell. And that will conclude the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for July 29th, 2026. We are at recess.
said, you're released right now, but they don't. 2 or 3, 4 hours. The PM, you should PM. Sometimes it's the same sometimes.
Are you Ashley?
No, that's the county attorney.
Oh.
Yeah. Kind of, the prosecutor just sent me a message to call him. I don't want to call him. So we'll be back right now. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Nice, you know. Yes. All right, thank you. Sorry about that. Oh, yeah. All right.
Be seated. Can you just let them know they're going first, if you don't mind? Thank you. And he's representing 2, right?
I believe so.
All right. Well,
You going first? Yeah, 2. I got 2.
okay. I'm gonna have both of them come out at the same time when we're ready.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Right, we good? Okay, let me make sure I got myself on here. Okay, this is the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar for August or April. How about July 29th, 2026? It's been a long day. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Victims' rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime, case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who's convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division and Prosecutor's Office. I'm Commissioner Aragon. I'm your initial appearance judge. This is your initial appearance hearing. The court will decide whether you're to be held or released. If you are released, I will advise you of the conditions of your release. I will not go over every detail of your release. All of the conditions of your release will be in writing in your paperwork that you will receive after your hearing. I will advise you of why you were arrested. I will not be deciding whether you are guilty or not guilty of those charges. You have the right to remain silent. We are recording everything that is said at this hearing. Please do not discuss the facts of your case because it may be used against you in the future. I only need to find probable cause of your charges in this hearing. If I do not find probable cause in all or any of your charges, that does not mean that those charges are dropped or will not be filed in the future. In deciding your release, I will be considering the charges that you were brought in for today, your past criminal history, and your history of showing up at court. I will also be providing you a public defender if you qualify. I will provide you with your next court dates. When I call your name, please go to the podium. I will also call the person who is appearing next to have a seat outside the door. All right, first we're going to do Samuel Semkin and Griffin Birch.
Birch.
Yeah. Yeah, same time. They're here on the same fax.
All right. Okay. Right next to me.
All right. Ashley, are you here with us?
Yes, Your Honor, state present.
Okay, the state is present, and counsel, would you like to make an appearance?
Got our Charlie Nagley on behalf of Samuel Simpkin and Griffin Birch, who are both present.
Okay, so gentlemen, you are here on the same charges, and that is Superior Court, a new Superior Court case, 2 counts burglary in the second degree, class 3 felony, and criminal damage, 2 counts, class 4 felony. I'm providing you, well, I have you with a public defender, but you have counsel.
Judge, if I may on that point, I am representing Mr. Birch from today forward. I am representing Mr. Simpkin just for today's purposes only. He's probably either going to apply for a public defender.
Okay, I'll keep these on here then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Nagel, do you want to make a statement regarding the release?
Judge,
Mr. Nagel, make it brief because I've just make it brief.
Very
brief.
brief.
You'll understand why when we're done here.
Yeah, very brief, Your Honor. I'm asking for an OR release. Both of them are about to start college. Mr. Birch in NAU in Flagstaff, so I am going to ask the court to allow his release conditions for him to begin school there. And Mr. Simpkin is also, it's in Glendale, so he doesn't need any permission to leave the county. The state is going to make an argument for them not to have contact with each other. I think an order from the court that they can have contact, but not speak about the case is appropriate. And just last point, real quick, I just want to make sure the court is clear. I don't see it. I'm a little disappointed in the Form 4. The officer contacted their parents, spoke to the defendant, said, come down to the station and turn yourselves in. They drove down to the department and turned themselves in and were arrested at that point in time. They were told they were being arrested. They were told they were going to be brought down here. The Form 4 doesn't reflect that, but they self-surrendered, Judge. I just want to make sure that, and I'm asking for OR.
Okay, Ashley, what do you have to say?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is asking for pretrial services. That is based on the amount of damages alleged, Your Honor. We're talking about $17,000 here. That's a significant amount of damages. Again, pretrial services standard conditions. The state is asking for a no contact between co-defendants, but that's it. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so what we're going to do is all right, I'm just writing all this stuff down. So, all right. Sorry about this, guys. I just gotta get this in here. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm releasing you on pretrial services. What they decide to do with you is gonna be up to them. But I'm not putting any order that says that, I'm not putting any electronic monitoring order or anything like that on there. I think pretrial services' main thing is to make sure you show up at court. I'm sure Mr. Nagel's gonna do that as well. I am gonna allow you to have contact, but you may not discuss the case between each other, and don't do that. Okay, so your next court date is on August 13th, 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and August 17th at 8:30 in the morning, preliminary hearing at Superior Court. Do you have something to say, Mr. Nagel?
Just the order for him to be able to travel to Flagstaff for school if he needs to. Hopefully we'll resolve it before then, but just in case.
Well, I don't have any order saying the only order I have regarding travel is he can travel within the state, so.
As long as it says that,
Yeah,
I'm
it just
fine.
says do not leave the state,
Okay.
so.
A lot of times I see it, don't leave county, I want to make sure.
No, it's not, I'm not issuing that. Okay, so, when you guys are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. Okay, they're both ready to go. Thank you. You're not to return to the scene of the crime, not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers, not to possess any weapons, not to possess too many drugs without a valid prescription, not to possess too many alcohol. Even whoever's going up to Flagstaff or school, no alcohol. Not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. I need to reprint this, sorry. This thing's defaulting on that DNA and fingerprinting.
Okay,
All right. Okay, so Griffin is good to go. And Semkin is good to go. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new addresses. You guys understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ashley, is that the only one you're going to appear on tonight?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, thank you very much for appearing, and you
Thank
can
you,
go.
Your Honor. Can the state be excused?
Yes, they may. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
You too.
They're printing up your paperwork.
you guys got cell phones? Okay. And you're gonna give them their phones back when they leave, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Nagel, we're getting your paperwork.
They get a property, they get arrested. That, but I don't know. Who arrested them, they didn't pound the property, I have no idea. Whoever they got arrested with, whether that's Spence property, get impounded for evidence. I don't know anything about the case, so. They might
Yeah,
have
it's not evidence. No.
Yeah, they might have, they might not have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Deputy, we're ready on the rest of that paperwork. We needed to reprint one of them.
SCMK.
Oh, one of them?
Yeah, okay, they're both reprinted.
Okay. Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Which one is it?
Birch, B-U-R-C-H. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Have a seat over there. Oh, yeah.
Just when you get out, they shouldn't put their phones in property here.
Yeah.
You got a phone.
Yeah.
Call your mom, whatever.
All right, counsel, I need to get it.
Okay, go.
All right.
Borrow the phone.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Have a good night. All right, Joshua Hawley and Michael McCoy are on deck. All right, sir, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Joshua Paul Hawley, 06/25/1988.
All right, sir, you are here on a Superior Court bench warrant. I'm providing you with public defender. You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court, and evidentiary hearing on August 5th at 1:30 in the afternoon at Superior Court. Since you have an open felony case on another matter, you are not eligible to be released. So you will be staying because you're on felony release. It's part of the criminal
Yeah, for this.
Yeah. So if you do make if you are released at a future hearing, you're not to have any, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. Not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
All right, sir. Please turn to the left and gather your paperwork. Michael McCoy to the podium, please, and Anthony Blockowitz, you're on deck. Mr. McCoy, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Michael McCoy, 022591.
All right, sir, you are here on failure to appear bench warrant related to an aggravated DUI. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a status conference on August 6th at 9:30 in the morning at Superior Court. You have a cash appearance bond in the amount of $7,500. If you do make bond and are released, you still have to go to that court date. You may not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You may not possess any weapons. You may not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You must notify the court of any new address, and you may not leave the state. You understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paper.
I was incarcerated. That's why I missed the court date.
Okay, well, what?
I was transferred over from Yuma prison to here.
That's right. You're on. Yeah, you're in custody right now, correct?
Correct.
All right. I got to reprint this one. Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, Todd Baker was my attorney before.
Right, I understand. Okay. All right, let's make sure. Okay, he's good to go. All right, Mr. McCoy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Sorry about that. Okay. We good?
Yes.
Okay, Anthony Blockowitz to the podium, please, and Shirley Perino, you're on deck. Okay, please state your name and date of birth.
Anthony Blockwood, 22490.
All right, so you're here on a Yavapai County warrant regarding a drug possession, drug paraphernalia charge. You have an arraignment hearing on August 3rd, 8:30 in the morning at Yavapai County Superior Court. Your bond in this matter has been set at $25,000. That's a cash bond. If you make bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. Not to possess any weapons, not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. May not possess or consume any alcohol or drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. And if you are on probation, contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir? Okay.
Is there any way you can get my bond reduced at all?
Yavapai County set that bond amount. Okay. All right, sir. Please take a step to your left. Shirley Perino. To the podium, please. And Luis Martinez, you're on deck.
Yes.
Perino, can you state your name and date of birth?
Shirley Perino, 7/31/1963.
All right, ma'am, you are here on 3 new counts, 2 counts of narcotic drug possession, a class 4 felony.
Yes.
Possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court. Your bond in this matter is $1,500. If you make bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You may not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, ma'am?
I understand.
Okay, take a step to your left, ma'am, and gather your paperwork. Luis Martinez, to the podium, please, and Shaina Benali, you're on deck.
How are you doing today?
I'm good.
Good.
Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Luis Martinez, May 10th, 1985.
All right, so you're here on two matters, a Superior Court, a new Superior Court case and the probation violation warrant.
Yeah.
So on the new,
Just the new case, like I don't
all right,
understand where you got it from, but
all right, don't talk about the facts of your case,
All right.
okay? Because I'm not gonna be the one who decides whether you're guilty or not guilty. That'll
Okay.
happen later on down the line.
but
I just don't want you to say anything because we're being recorded
all right.
that can be used against you.
I just know I can decide whether I stay or go.
Okay, well, you'll have to decide that.
All right.
You can decide that at your next hearing after you talk to your public defender, okay? All right, so you are getting a public defender. Your next court date is on August 4th, 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. Your bond in this matter is set at $3,500. On your probation violation warrant, that is related, that's related to violation of your probation, obviously. You're gonna get a public defender for that matter. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning and a possible disposition hearing on that matter as well. I'm putting a placeholder bond in that matter at $50, so you'll get credit for time while you're still here, all right? So if you are released from custody, you're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to go to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, please take a step to your left and the other paper. Shaina Benali to the podium, and Efren Rascon, you're on deck. Benali, can you state your name and date of birth?
Shayna Benali, 9/20/94.
All right, ma'am, you are here on 4 counts: aggravated DUI, class 6 felony, DUI, drugs or liquor, class 1 misdemeanor, resisting arrest, passive resistance, class 1 misdemeanor, and an open container, class 1 misdemeanor. I'm going to provide you with public defender, so I'm going to reprint this. Okay. Okay, should be good. All right, I'm providing you with public defender. Okay. You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. You have preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. Your bond in this matter is $2,500. If you do make bond and are released, you're going to be on pretrial services supervision, where you will undergo alcohol testing and monitoring. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers, not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not possess or consume any alcohol. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Officer will give you your paperwork. Efrain Brascone to the podium, please. Mr. Brascone, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Efrain Rascon, January 15th, 87.
All right, sir, you are here on a new Superior Court case, 1 count of misconduct involving weapons, class 5 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 5 felony, criminal damage, class 1 misdemeanor. I'll reprint this one too. It's defaulting to no PD. So yeah, I think we're good to go. Just reprint his stuff. Okay. All right, sorry, sir. So I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. Your bond in this matter is set at $2,500. If you do make bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, you're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers, you're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir? Okay. All right, sir. The deputy will give you your paperwork.
Thank you. That's one. All right, you know, how's your
All right, are we caught up? Okay. All right. Dylan Carpenter to the podium, please, and Greg Whitfield, you're on deck. Mr. Carpenter, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Dylan Carpenter, 5/16/98.
All right, sir, you are here on 3 new charges: narcotic drug possession, a class 4 felony, possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. Providing you with public defender, you have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning, and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning. Those are both the Superior Court. Your bond in this matter is $2,500. If you do make bond and are released, you still have to go to those court dates. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers, not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir? Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Greg Whitfield to the podium, please. And Tyler Kitzig, you're on deck. Mr. Whitfield, can you state your name, date of birth?
My name is Greg Leon Whitfield. My
Right.
birthday is 1/29/1973.
All right, so you are here on 2 matters, a Superior Court case and an El Mirage Municipal Court case. The Superior Court case is related to an aggravated assault, class 4 felony, and assault with intent to injure. That's a class 1 misdemeanor. Providing you with a public defender. You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. The bond in that matter is set at $3,000 on the municipal court warrant. That is related to assault with intent to injure, class 1 misdemeanor. I cannot give you counsel in that matter because it's a municipal court matter. But when you get to your hearing there, you can request a public defender if you think you need one. All right. Your court date on that matter is on August 3rd at 10 a.m. at El Mirage Municipal Court. Your bond in that matter is set at $500. If you do make bond on issues and are released, you may not go within 100 yards of the victim or the victim's address. You're not to have any. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You are allowed 1 civil standby with law enforcement. So that means if you reside with the victim, you can call El Mirage PD or the Sheriff's Department.
That was years ago before I left.
Okay, all right, well then that's good to know. You may not reside with the victim, so that's all taken care of. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Tyler Kitzig to the podium, please. And Jefferson Begay, you're on deck. Kitzig, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Tyler Kitzig, July 24th, 1988.
All right, sir, you are here on a Superior Court arrest warrant. I understand you're in ASPC custody right now. And what they're doing is they're trying to get you guys to take care of all these things before you get released. So when you're released, they don't hit you with another warrant right afterwards.
Right.
That's what's going on. All right, sir. This is related to 2 counts of aggravated DUI and 1 count of unlawful flight. Fighting with public defender, you have a status conference on August 4th, 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court. Preliminary hearing August 6th, 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court. Your bond amount on the warrant is only $50, but as you know, you're in custody, so you won't be released. You'll at least with that bond amount, be able to, count time while you're here against your sentence and the other thing. So, if you do make bond, or if you are released, later on and, or possibly at another hearing, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. You understand, sir?
Yes.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your papers. All right, 1 second, deputies. I might have a warrant I need to take care of. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm going to take care of this warrant first. Officer Townsley, this is Commissioner Eric. All right, we are back with Jefferson McGay to the podium, please. And Jeffrey Chapman, you're on deck. Mr. McGay, can you state your name and date of birth?
Yes, 53873,
And your full name, sir?
Jefferson McGay.
Okay. Sir, you are here on a probation violation warrant related to a possession of drug paraphernalia charge and violation of your probation terms numbers 3, 4, and 5. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning and a disposition hearing possible at that same time. Your bond in that matter is $500. If you do make bond in our release, you still have to go to that hearing. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. And you have to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Jeffrey Chapman to the podium, and Kyle Westenberg, you're on deck. All right, sir, can you state your name and date of birth?
Jeffrey Chapman, July 11th, 1978.
All right, so you're here on a failure to appear bench warrant at Superior Court related to a dangerous drugs possession charge and a drug paraphernalia charge. I'm providing you with public defender. You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. Your bond in that matter has been set at $500. If you make bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork.
Yes, sir.
Kyle Westenberger to the podium. And Nami Doe, you're on deck. Mr. Westenberg, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Westenberg, 0831, 88.
Okay, sir, you are here on a failure to appear bench warrant regarding aggravated assault on a healthcare professional. It's a class 1 misdemeanor. I'm providing you with public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court, and a disposition hearing possible at that same time. Your bond in this matter is also $500. If you do make bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol, drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir?
When was this?
I'm sorry?
When was this?
Are you asking me when the alleged assault occurred?
Yeah,
That happened in March 2025,
March.
last year, March of last year. Yes.
And you're bringing this back up again.
Well, you didn't finish.
Like it's fresh and new. I mean, you said this.
Well, the bench.
I think it cleared all this up. I went to all my hearings of court for this.
All right, sir, you had. Okay, all right, so this arose out of a probation violation. You were on probation because of this case, right?
No, is this from at the bus stop when the man picked?
It doesn't show the bus stop on here, from what I have. But because of that case, you were put on probation and you violated your probation. That's why you're here. Okay?
Over a year ago, this was already settled off.
So you're still on probation. You still have to report to your probation officer. You had a hearing on July 8th that you didn't appear for. You were not appearing as you were required by your probation. That's why you're here. And that's why you were ordered to appear at court, and that's why you didn't appear, and that's why you have that warrant. All right?
Okay.
Okay, so please take your paperwork.
Yes.
You're going to get a public defender. You can ask them for more details when you see him. Mr. Doe to the podium, please, and then Fabiola Sevilla, you're on deck. All right, sir, can you state your name, date of birth?
Namido, on February 9, 89.
All right, sir, you are here on 2 probation violation warrants and a new case. We're going to do your new case first. That's related to possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning. You have a placeholder bond in that matter at $50. Now, on your probation violation warrants, the bonds are going to be higher. But your court dates are going to be the same for both of those. So your first probation violation warrant was related to a resisting arrest charge. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning and a possible disposition hearing also at that same time at Superior Court. You're getting a public defender on all these matters. Your bond in that matter is $250. On your second probation violation warrant, that's related to effective means of transportation and possession of drug paraphernalia. Your bond in that matter is also $250. Your hearing dates are going to be the same. The probation revocation hearing is on August 5th. It's the same as the other one. If you do make bond on these matters and are released, you still have to go to those court dates. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Fabiola Sevilla to the podium and Rudy Fernandez, you're on deck. All right, ma'am, please state your name, date of birth.
Fabiola Sevilla, March 24th, 2006.
Okay, ma'am, you are here on 1 count of assault with intent to injure, class 1 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct, class 1 misdemeanor. I'm providing you with a public defender. I'm not providing you with a public defender. That's it's VRF. I got to change this one.
Yeah.
I can't provide you with public defender because it's a municipal court case, but when you get, I'm gonna reprint this.
Oh.
But if you, when you get to your municipal court, hearing, you can request the public defender if you think you need one, okay?
Mhm.
Okay, it's good to go. All right, so you have a hearing on August 18th at 9 a.m. at Peoria Municipal Court, okay? Because you have really no previous domestic violence history, you're gonna show up to that court date if I let you go, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so with that promise, your court date is on August 18th at 9 a.m.,
Okay.
Peoria Municipal Court. I'm gonna release you on your own recognizance.
Okay.
You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers.
I have a question. So I live there. That's what I
Okay,
have.
so I'm gonna get to that.
Okay.
All right, so you're gonna have to find somewhere else to stay, at
Okay.
least until the next hearing. All
Okay.
right? But you are allowed one civil standby. That means that you'll call Peoria Police Department or the sheriff's office, tell them you have a civil standby, keep your paperwork. They'll allow you to go to the home and collect your belongings, whatever you
Okay.
need. But then you'll have to leave.
Okay, that's
All right.
fine. Yeah.
Okay. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand?
Mhm.
Okay, just take a step to your left, gather your paper.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Rudy Fernandez to the podium, and Sarah Rogers, you're on deck. All right, Mr. Fernandez, can you state your name and date of birth?
Rudy Fernandez, and is 07/18/1979.
All right, so you're here on a probation violation warrant. And you only have one case. That's the case that you're on probation for. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning, and a possible disposition hearing on that at that same time. Since you really have just that one case, I'm going to release you as long as you promise to appear at that hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol.
Yes.
You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. And the important one is you have to notify your probation officer within 72 hours, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so make sure you do that. Get back in touch with him and start doing your probation.
Yes,
All right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so if you could just step to your left and gather your paperwork.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sarah Rogers to the podium, and Xander Laughing on deck. All right, Mr. Rogers, can you state your name and date of birth?
Sarah Glenn Rogers, 5/11/97.
Okay, ma'am, you are here on a probation violation warrant as well. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a court date on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning, and a disposition hearing also at 8:30 in the morning. All right. You're not in custody other than for this, right? Like they didn't transfer you from. Okay, that's what I just want to make sure. All right. So if I release you, are you going to go to that hearing?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Based on that promise, I'm going to allow you to be released on your own recognizance.
Okay.
You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You must notify the court of any new address. You may not leave the state. And the important part is contact your probation officer, okay? Get back with them. You have to do it within 72 hours after you're released, all right?
Okay.
Get back with him or her. Get back on your probation. Get this thing taken care of,
Okay.
all right? Just take a step to your left. Gather your paper. Sandra Laughing, to the podium, please. And Lily Visayu, you're on deck.
Order.
All right, sir. Name and date of birth.
Xander Laughing, January 17th, 2003.
All right, sir. You are here on a direct complaint, Superior Court arrest warrant related to aggravated assault with death.
Oh, I got a question about the warrant too.
Let me finish first, okay? Hold on a minute. All right. Okay, Mr. Laughing. So, based on your financials, you don't really qualify for a public defender, but if that changes, you can always request them at any time going forward, okay? You have a status conference on August 13th, 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on August 17th, 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court. So, it doesn't appear that you have hardly any criminal history.
No.
So, if you make those, are you promise you're gonna make those court dates if I let you
Yeah.
go?
Yes, I will.
Okay, so, he's gonna give you paperwork with your court dates. I'm gonna release you on your own recognizance based on that promise. Don't come back.
And I got a question about the warrant.
Okay,
I went to the court, this was like 43 years ago. I went to the court. I showed up over there. They told me my auntie dropped all the charges, so they said they'll send me another paper in the mail, which I never received.
okay. Well, did you follow up on that?
Nah, but I called
That's the
them.
problem. Okay, but look, I'm releasing you on your own recognizance, so you're not gonna have to pay a bond or anything. Go to court, tell them what you just told me, and see if they'll work with you. I assume that, well, I don't know what happened with that case. It is old, it's 2023. So, and that's one of the reasons I'm not holding you on a bond.
All right.
So just take care of it, all right?
All right.
Okay, so, once you're released, you're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. Don't return to the scene of the crime, alleged crime. Do not possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. May not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. May not leave the state. Notify the court of any new address. All right?
All right.
Yeah, just go take care of that warrant because the warrant is still alive. And I mean, you could you could do something silly, get pulled over for speeding or whatever, and the warrant's out there. So
Yeah.
make sure you get taken care of. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Lily, let's say you to the podium, and then we're gonna have. Well, let's just do Lily first. All right, ma'am. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Yeah, sure, Lily, the state, 10286.
All right, ma'am. You are here on a new case, 3 counts. 1 count criminal trespassing, a residential structure, class 6 felony, assault with intent to injure, class 1 misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, class 1 misdemeanor. Fighting you with public defender. You have status conference on August 13th, 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on August 17th at Superior Court. If I release you, are you going to go to those court dates?
Of course.
All right, make sure you do, okay? So I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. I understand you're not living with the victim in this case as well.
No, I live at home with my parents.
Okay, good. All right. So I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You already said you don't reside.
No.
So, but you're not to reside there moving forward until.
I'm not going anywhere near him.
Okay. All right. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, may not leave the state, must notify the court of any new address, and you must obey the terms of any orders of protection or injunctions against harassment. You understand?
Yeah.
All right. Yes. And go ahead and take a step to your left and get it, paperwork, ma'am. You good?
Help understanding the legal separation.
Okay. Is the interpreter there?
The interpreter is right here. My name is Leticia, 210171.
Okay, ma'am, I'm gonna call the defendant in, okay? Steven Sagrero, to the podium, please. All right, while he's coming in, Madam Interpreter, I'm gonna swear you in. Do you swear to interpret from Spanish to English, English to Spanish, to the best of your ability?
I swear.
Okay, thank you. And the defendant is in front of me. Can you have him tell me his name and date of birth?
Buenas noches, voy a ser su intérprete. Permítame su nombre.
Steven Sagrero.
¿Y su fecha de nacimiento?
21 de mayo del 2006.
May 2106.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Mr. Sagrero, you are here on 2 counts.
Usted está aquí, señor Sagrero, con dos cargos.
1 count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement officer.
El primer cargo es porque usted trató de huir de un oficial.
And 1 count of reckless driving.
Y otro cargo por conducir sin tener precauciones.
I'm providing you with a public defender.
Le estoy proveyendo con un abogado, un defensor público.
You have a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court.
Tiene una corte, tiene que presentarse el día 4 de agosto a las 8:30 en la Corte Superior.
And a preliminary hearing on August 6th, also at Superior Court.
Y una audiencia preliminar también en la Corte Superior el día 6 de agosto.
Your bond in this matter is $1,500.
Su fianza en este caso es de $1,500.
If you do make bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime.
Si usted puede pagar la fianza y salir en libertad, no puede regresar a donde habían sucedido los hechos.
Have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers.
No puede tener contacto con ninguna víctima, con ningún testigo o con ninguno de los oficiales que hicieron el arresto.
Possess any you're not to possess any weapons.
Usted no puede tener con usted ningún arma.
You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription.
No puede tener con usted o consumir ningún tipo de droga a no ser que haya sido recetado por el médico.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol.
No puede tener con usted o consumir alcohol.
You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
No puede conducir ningún vehículo a no ser que tenga con usted una licencia de conducir válida.
You may not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address.
No puede salir del estado y en caso de que haya un cambio de dirección, usted tiene que notificarle a la corte de inmediato.
Do you understand?
¿Entiende todo esto?
Sí, solo tengo una duda, si se puede.
Yes, I just have a question, if I may.
Okay.
Okay.
Señor, mi duda es, si no tengo $1,500 para la fianza, ¿qué puedo hacer para poder seguir trabajando y asistir a las cortes?
If I don't have the $1,500 for the bond, what can I do? I want to continue working and go to court.
Well, the crimes that you're alleged of committing are serious crimes. Someone could have been hurt. You can contact a bail bondsman to see if they can help you with your bond.
Los cargos que usted tiene son cargos serios, porque alguien podría haber salido lastimado. Usted puede comunicarse con una de esas compañías que ayudan con fianzas para ver si le pueden ayudar.
Understand?
¿Entiende?
Sí, se puede, una pregunta más.
If I may, one more question.
Sure.
¿Qué pasará conmigo? ¿Dónde estaré antes de mis cortes?
What's going to happen with me? Where am I going to be before the court?
You're going to be held here, and the deputies will take you to your next hearing, and you will have a public defender. You can ask your public defender if he can get you released at your next hearing.
Bueno, se va a quedar aquí. En la siguiente audiencia va a tener un defensor público. Usted puede pedirle al defensor público que abogue en su favor para que lo puedan dejar salir.
Okay, take a step to your left, please, and gather your paperwork.
Okay. Si da un paso a su izquierda, recoja todos sus papeles, por favor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Interpreter, for your service tonight.
Thank you, sir. You have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. All right, Jaquan Harris, to the podium, please. New York. All right. That's not right. Yeah. All right, Mr. Harris. Let us see. So, Mr. Harris, you are here on a fugitive of justice warrant out of, I believe it's New York. All right. You have an open felony case already here in Arizona that is still going on. It hasn't been resolved yet. But this warrant out of New York has come through. So I've looked at the warrant. It's a no bond warrant. So I have to give you what's called a fugitive of justice advisement script. It's about extradition back to New York. So may I have your name and date of birth?
Jaquan Harris, July 12, 1999.
All right, sir. An arrest warrant for your arrest has been issued by the state of New York. That state wants you back on this warrant. Before court, you were given some paperwork to review on a laminated card. Did you read that paperwork?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As I stated, you have a warrant from the state of New York. You have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your right to extradition to an extradition hearing and be sent back to the requesting state within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing and the governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are sent back to the state of New York. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for the requesting state to come for you. That 30 days would start tomorrow as long as you do not have any criminal charges pending against you anywhere in Arizona. And in your case, you do. You still have that open case. Since you do have that criminal case against you in Arizona, that 30-day period would not start until those charges are resolved. If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I will set your extradition hearing for August 10th at 1:30 in the morning, Superior Court. I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you because extradition matters are civil in nature, but you would have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense if you choose. You are, in this matter, the warrant does not allow you to post bail, so it's a no bond warrant. So you will be here. You'll be held here. A governor's warrant signed by the governors of both states is required to extradite you to New York. This process could take up to 90 days. And again, that 90 days would not start ticking until your case here in Arizona is resolved. So with that said, do you wish to waive extradition or keep your rights and have an extradition hearing here in Arizona?
Can I ask what the warrant is for? Because I was told I couldn't, they told me that I had no, I wasn't aware that I couldn't leave the state and I'm here for school and other stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't understand how I'm a fugitive if I came here for school. And this was set for me to come to school in, I think, March.
So the warrant is related to a charge, like I said, in New York, a burglary in the first degree with a dangerous instrument. That's what the charge is in New York.
When they brought me in, only thing they told me when they brought me in was just for questioning. That was it.
Are you talking
So
about
they
New
never-
York?
they
Are you
never-
talking about- Are you talking about New York or here?
Yeah, New York, they never, like,
Okay,
actually
well,
held me or anything.
they charged you. So you may have left before they actually charged you, and that's what generated this warrant. I'm not in New
Yeah,
York.
no,
I don't know. So, but you can change your decision on this anytime moving forward, okay?
Okay,
So I can't recommend what you do.
so I
But
can't
just-
fight it from here?
What's that?
Like, I can't fight it from here? I got court tomorrow for the other situation, but,
No, you
I
can't,
can't.
that's not what we're here for about. So you need to decide whether or not to waive extradition, or keep your rights and have an extradition hearing. And remember, if you waive extradition, they'll have, you'll stay here in the jail after your Arizona case is done. That's when the clock starts to tick. You'll start here for 30 days and you'll be staying here. You'll be non-bondable. State of New York will have 30 days to come and get you. Now, according to the bond, they said they will. All right. And then they confirmed that they would. I think it was today or yesterday. Or, like I said, you can request an extradition hearing, in which case, because it's no bond extradition warrant, you'll stay here for 90 days. And the governors of each state will have to sign an extradition warrant, and you'll be transferred to New York. The only way that you would get out would be if you chose to waive extradition, you took care of your Arizona case, you're here for 30 days, and nobody came and got you. Or if you chose to have your extradition hearing and the 90 days for the governors to sign that warrant passed, and again, this would happen after your Arizona stuff, and they didn't do it. That's the only way that you would be released. But that still wouldn't get rid of that warrant. That warrant would still be valid, and you could still get picked up on it. That the only way that warrants in New York is going to be taken care of is if you go back to New York and get it taken care of. That's the only way.
okay.
So again, I need to ask you, what do you want to do?
We're good.
Okay, so, Mr. Harris, what do you do?
So if I sign, they got the 30 days to come get me
After your
after
case,
my case?
that's correct, if you waive your rights.
I can always change it, or
Well, you can change it if you decide to have an evidentiary hearing.
I'll sign it.
Okay, are you sure? If you're not sure,
I'm not sure. I mean,
okay, here's what we're gonna do then. I understand you're not sure.
I don't know. I don't want to keep coming back and forth with this.
No, I
same
hear you, I hear you.
situation, so.
I understand. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to not let you waive your rights to your extradition hearing. I'm gonna set you a court date for your extradition hearing. You can at any time decide, you know what, I am gonna waive, okay? You can decide to do that. You can't do it the other way around though, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so if I sign, I can't.
Yeah, you can't change your mind. So we're gonna do that instead.
All right,
okay?
that works.
All right, so I'm gonna set, so you're not gonna waive your rights. And I'm going to put, okay, so, and like I said, that's a no bond extradition warrant out of New York, so you're not gonna be able to bond out either, so. All right, I think that's all I need. So your next court date on the fugitive of justice hearing, that's you know, the one we just talked about. That'll be on August 10th at 1:30. So, like that. All right. Okay. And, so I can't appoint you counsel for that hearing, that putative justice hearing, but I understand that you can talk to the judge there and, you know, and I understand that there's also attorneys there that know more about this stuff than both you and I do, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Harris, make your
All right.
paperwork. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
Okay, we have 4 house calls. The first one is for Alex Lagod, and his date of birth is 12/12/1998. He's on a probation violation warrant. And that's out of Pinal County, and it is a no bond warrant regarding to aggravated harassment. His next court date is on August 3rd at 8:30 in the morning at Pinal County Superior Court. That's an arraignment hearing. He can't make bond, so if he is released at a later hearing, he will have conditions and restrictions of release, and I will go over those with him at his cell. Next is Marcus Jordan. Mr. Jordan is here on a new case, 1 count of aggravated assault, class 3 felony, 1 count of assault with intent to injure, a class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of disorderly conduct, a class 1 misdemeanor. And providing him with a public defender, he's got a status conference on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. His bond in that matter is set at $2,000. That would be with pretrial supervision and electronic monitoring. And he would have conditions and restrictions of release from custody. If he does make bond, I will go over those conditions and restrictions at his cell. Next is Jordan Crumbach, and Mr. Crumbach is here on 2 matters, 2 probation violation warrants. And Ms. Crumbach's date of birth is September 27th, 1996. The first warrant is, her bond amount in that matter is $250. The second warrant, her bond amount is $250 as well. Her court dates are the same for both matters, and that's August 5th, 8:30 in the morning, probation revocation hearing at Superior Court, possible disposition hearing August 5th at the same time. If she does make bond and is released, she will have conditions and restrictions of release from custody that I will go over with her at her cell. Finally, we have Mr. Brown, Austin Brown, and he is here on 3 probation violation warrants and a new case. His new case is related to possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. Providing him with a public defender, he has a status conference on August 4th, 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing August 6th, 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court. His bond in this matter is set at $3,500. On his probation violation warrants, he has 3. His dates will be the same for all 3, and that is going to be August 5th, a probation revocation hearing at 8:30 in the morning, and a possible disposition hearing at the same time at Superior Court. His bond in the first probation violation warrant is $250, and the second it is $500, and in the third, it is $500. So if Mr. Brown does make bond on all these matters and is released, he'll have conditions and restrictions of a release, custody that I will go over with him at his cell. And that will conclude the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar for July 29th, 2026. And we are at recess.
Please be seated. Good evening. This is the 11 p.m. initial appearance hearing calendar for July 29th, 2026. The court's orders for taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of the month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. As you just heard in the recording, this is a very specific type of hearing. I will tell you why you are here, if an attorney has been appointed for you, when and where your next court hearing will be, if you are eligible for release, what your release conditions are, and any bond amounts required. I will not read all the release conditions to each of you. That is your responsibility to review, but I may point out a few depending on your case. You do all have some standard release conditions that apply to all of you. You must attend all your future court hearings. You must keep the court updated with your contact information. You must not possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, and you must not drive without a valid license. You are all here today on criminal matters. That means you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do may be held against you. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being broadcast live. I will ask you for your name and your date of birth. There may be victims watching the live stream, so I will read the victim rights advisement, and then we will begin with your hearings. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. We'll begin with your hearings in just a moment. I'll call you in one at a time. When it is your turn, come stand at the podium in the center of the room and speak into the microphone. I will call a second person's name to have a seat in those chairs right there by the door so that we can move quickly. On occasion, I may need to pause the hearings to handle warrants, so please do remain seated in the chair right there by the door until your name is called to come in. That will also give you an opportunity to prepare to be on camera. If that means you need to remove a hoodie or a hat or take your arms out of your shirt, you can do that while you're waiting there by the door. At the end of your hearing, you'll be provided with paperwork. The paperwork has all the information I'm about to share with you: the date, time, location of your next hearing, your attorney's phone number, those release conditions that you need to review. Hold on to your paperwork. It's important information for you to have. We will begin this evening with Jonathan Ariola. Please come to the podium. And then after that will be Idrain Serda. Have a seat by the door, please. Right here in the center, sir. Thank you. Please say your name and date of birth.
Jonathan Ariola, 11/15/2003.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. It looks like you are part of the interstate compact system. And
Yes.
so under Rule 5.111, I'm not allowed to provide you with release today. So an attorney has been appointed for you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on August 5th, 8:30 in the morning. And you'll get your paperwork that shows all that, but you're not eligible for release under the interstate compact.
Just as far as this court date, just not for today, or?
Right, just not for today.
Okay.
When you go to your next hearing at probation court on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning, they'll discuss whether you can become eligible for release, and you'll have an attorney there representing you as well.
Okay.
Their phone number is on your paperwork.
Okay, so I was being, so prior to coming here, I was being held in, Monterey County since the 8th of May, will
Right.
that time count towards my violation, or?
I don't know the answer to that, sir.
Okay,
I'm
no worries.
sorry. But your attorney probably will, and for sure the probation judge can give you more information on that.
Okay, and my attorney can argue, that, okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And their phone number is on your paperwork.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Please take your paperwork, sir. Adrian Serda, please come to the podium. Kenyon Hornaday, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Agent R. Serta, April 24th, 1987.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. It is alleging terms 6, 7, and 21. So an attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing date is August 5th at 8:30 in the morning downtown Phoenix. And again, you're not eligible for release today, and this is based on the Arizona rule 7.2C. You are most likely to receive a period of incarceration based on these allegations. So if you have questions about that, your attorney's number is on the paperwork, and the probation judge at your next hearing will determine whether or not you can become eligible for release.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Please take your paperwork, sir. Thank you. Kenyon Hornaday, please come to the podium. Roberto Barrientos, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Kenyon Hornaday, January 12th, 2000.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on two matters. The first one is a new case. In the new case, it's alleged you may have committed aggravated assault as a Class 6 felony and then assault also as a misdemeanor. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning. On your new case, you do have a secured appearance bond of $2,500 and release conditions not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have contact with the alleged victims, witnesses, or complainants. I do understand that's your residence, sir, so if and when you become eligible for release, there is a civil standby order where you can call local law enforcement. They'll escort you to pick up your necessary items because you can't live there. If an order of protection is issued against you, be sure to follow that court order. So your other matter here today, sir, is your probation matter. Anytime there's new Term 1 allegations in probation, a case starts up again, so an attorney has been appointed. Your next hearing is August 5th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. And because of the nature of your probation and the nature of the new violation, it is most likely that you are going to receive a period of incarceration. So you are not eligible for release on your probation matter. So you'll get two sets of paperwork, one for your new case, one for your probation case. You do have attorneys on both. And then when you see the probation judge, they'll determine if you can become eligible for release going forward.
My court date, correct?
Right. August 5th is your court date. Yeah. Please take your paperwork, sir. Thank you. Roberto Barrientos, please come to the podium. Armando Mumford, have a seat by the door, please. Good evening, sir. Please say your name and date of birth.
Roberto Barrientos, 3789.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a grand jury warrant, and it is alleging that in January of this year, you may have committed one count of trafficking stolen property as a Class 2 felony and one count shoplifting as a Class 5 felony. The grand jury found probable cause, and we are appointing an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is a not guilty arraignment downtown Phoenix on August 5th, 8:30 in the morning. The grand jury set a cash-only bond of $3,000. I did see that you're in custody for another matter, and so the bond is still set, and if you become eligible for release, you can post that bond, but make sure you go to your next hearing.
Okay.
All right? Please take your paperwork. Thank you, sir. Armando Mumford, please come to the podium. Davion Sumlin, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Armando Mumford, 07/22/1995.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on 4 matters. The first one is a new case. In the new case, it was alleged that you may have committed 2 counts, trafficking and stolen property as a Class 3 felony, 1 count, theft or control of stolen property as a Class 3 felony, 1 count, organized retail theft, Class 4 felony, 1 count, having dangerous drugs in your possession as a Class 4 felony, and then 2 counts of organized retail theft of merchandise as a Class 6 felony. These are based on the different value amounts, so they get different counts. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning on your new case. Your new case has a $1,500 secured appearance bond, and you do have release conditions. Do not return to any Circle K or Best Buy while this case is pending. Your other matters, sir, one of them is a failure to appear, and this one is from June 23rd. So you already had an attorney in that case, and actually, let me just double check. So all 3 of these are your probation cases, and you failed to appear on them on June 23rd. So when you failed to go to that June 23rd probation hearing that had your 3 cases, they issued 3 warrants for you. So you already have attorneys in all of those. Now you have a new hearing date, August 5th at 8:30 in the morning, and on each of those it carries a $1,000 bond. So altogether, sir, you are looking at $4,500 in secured appearance bond. If you are able to post that bond, follow your release conditions on your new case, but also your terms and conditions of probation. So you'd need to call your probation officer and then go to your hearings, the 4th and the 5th. If you cannot post your bond, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir. Thank you. Davion Sumlin, please come to the podium, and then Cheryl Ellis, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Davion Sumlin, August 10th, 1996.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 2 matters. The first one's a new case alleging theft or control of stolen property as a Class 3 felony. This court found probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing on your new case is August 4th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. You have a $2,500 secured appearance bond in your new case, and you do have the condition that you're not to go back to any Best Buy stores in Maricopa County while this case is pending. Your other matter here today, sir, is a probation violation warrant. So anytime there's new alleged criminal activity results in a Term 1 violation, an attorney has been appointed for you, and your next hearing is August 5th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. This carries a $500 bond. So together, that's $3,000 in secured appearance bond. Let me check. I think I might have said that wrong. Yeah, it's $2,500 on your new one and $500 on your probation case. So it is $3,000.
Okay.
If you're able to post that bond, call your probation officer within 72 hours and go to your hearings on the 4th and the 5th. Follow your terms of probation. If you cannot post the bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearings.
All right.
Okay. Please take your paperwork, sir. Thank you. Cheryl Ellis, please come to the podium. And then after that is Alonzo Turner. Have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
It's Cheryl Ellis, EHLIS, and 12/21/67.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on 4 matters. They're all out of county from Navajo County. They all are requesting a cash bond. So on the first ones, you are going to go to Pine Top Lakeside Justice Court August 3rd at 8:30 in the morning. And these have each, one is $250 and one is $350 on your bonds. And then the other 2, they're also all Pine Top. So you have 4 matters. They're all going to Pine Top August 3rd. An attorney will be appointed for you there. You'll see on your paperwork, it says Maricopa County Public Defender. That is not correct. That's a software glitch. They will give you your attorney's information when you arrive. And then you have total, it is $2,100 in cash.
Okay.
If you're able to post it, make sure you go out there to that hearing. I have put in the order that you may travel outside of Maricopa County so that you can get out there to Navajo County and go to your Pine Top Justice Court hearings.
Okay.
If you cannot post it, you'll stay in custody and the deputies will transport you there.
Okay.
All right, please take your paperwork in. We are going to pause for just one moment. Okay, we can resume. Alonzo Turner, please come to the podium. After that will be Daniel Bueno. Have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Alonzo Turner, 9/21/1996.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a grand jury warrant alleging in September of 2016, you may have committed 1-count burglary as a Class 3 felony and 2 counts of criminal trespass in a residential yard as a misdemeanor. So the grand jury found probable cause and issued a warrant for your arrest. This court is appointing an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is August 5th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. It's a not guilty arraignment, and you do have a $2,000 secured appearance bond. Based on the allegations, you would also have pretrial supervision with an electronic monitoring device. If you're able to post your bond, make sure you let pretrial services know about your work commitments and other obligations. They'll program that in your device. You have a curfew, but it's not house arrest, so just let them know where you need to go and why. And then make sure that you follow your release conditions and go to your next hearing. It appears that you may be on probation out of California. If that's the case, is that still true?
That just happened. I just came from a California jail. They picked me up from there and brought me here.
All right, so you do have to let your probation officer know about your upcoming hearing. So hopefully you have their phone number, because I don't have California phone numbers.
Okay, I haven't met with the probation officer yet because I've been in custody.
Okay, yeah.
So,
what will happen is, if you're able to post your bond, your $2,000 bond, you'll be released, but you do need to follow your terms of probation that you have in California. And I'm sure one of them, because it's standard across all probation, is if you have law enforcement contact, you have to report it.
they know about me coming out here though.
Okay, they do.
Before I got released, I asked them about that. Like, so what should I do now that I'm gonna go to Arizona for another case? And they just were like, when I get out, I have to contact them. So
Exactly.
It's a question I have. If I get, since you said I have to get an ankle monitor.
Well, because you're not on probation here in Arizona, yes.
Okay, so how would that work if I have to go see my probation officer there?
In California?
Yeah.
You can let probation know you can let pretrial services know about that, and they can give you an exemption for that.
Okay.
But you do have to let them know in advance.
Okay.
But now that you've told me, I thought you could just call California. Do you actually have to go there?
I'm sure I do, because it's felony probation.
Okay, I'm showing misdemeanor probation, but you're saying it's felony probation.
Yeah.
Okay, so make sure you give them a call. And if they tell you need to go there, that is something you need to talk with your attorney about. Their phone number's on your paperwork. They can file a motion to allow you to leave the state. You do need the court's permission.
So, what would I do if they're like basically kind of pressing me to come? I just want to know,
Talk to your attorney.
Okay.
Because they need to file a motion for you that you can travel between the states.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely talk to your attorney. Make sure you get written permission from the court before you leave Arizona.
Okay. How would I get my discovery on this case?
Through your attorney.
Okay. All right. This is my first time ever being in trouble for real. So I just want to know. Okay.
Well, your attorney should be able to explain a lot of this to you. They're supposed to assist you through the whole case.
Okay.
Today's hearing is just to let you know why you're here and what's happening next.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Please take your paperwork. Thank you, sir. Daniel Bueno, please come to the podium. Jordan Spalding, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Daniel Bueno, 8/14/88.
Thank you, sir. You are here today because of a new case alleging you had narcotic drugs in your possession as a Class 4 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on August 4th at 8:30 in the morning. You have a $1,500 secured appearance bond, and it looks like you have a Pinal County probation officer, so make sure you contact them if you're able to post the bond. If you can't post the bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing.
Okay.
Please take your paperwork, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jordan Spalding, please come to the podium. Matthew Lund, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Jordan Nicole Spalding, 9/13/93.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on 3 matters. They are all probation violation warrants. They are alleging terms 3, 4, 5, and 15. I did read through your APETS notes. I did see that you talked with your probation officer about quashing these warrants. However, that wasn't done, and it appears that you were not picked up in an inpatient process,
On my way there.
you were on your way to.
Yeah, because they were supposed to go to the IOP program,
Right.
but the IOP, because I'm not inpatient, I have to wait for beds to be available. So it's hot outside, there's no beds available, so I had to wait. I had to go through my clinic.
Yeah, okay, and I do understand that. Unfortunately, though, because you were picked up at your residence or at a place that was not your inpatient clinic, these warrants are going to be affirmed. So you have an attorney appointed. Your next hearing is August 5th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. And altogether, ma'am, for all your warrants, it is $1,200. So all three of them. If you're able to post that bond, make sure you call your probation officer, go to your hearing, and follow those terms of probation.
1,200?
1,200 secured.
Okay.
If you're not able to post it, you'll stay in custody, be transported to your hearing on August 5th, and then the next judge may change these orders.
Okay.
Okay.
So what is that, like, in 5 days?
It is the 29th, almost the 30th, so it's a week from today.
Okay.
Okay.
That's cool, yeah.
Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Matthew Lund, please come to the podium. Vanessa Perez, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Matthew Lund, 12592.
Thank you, sir. You're here today as a probation violation warrant. It's alleged you may have violated terms 3, 6, 7, 10, and 15. I did read through your APETS notes, and they do indicate frequent communication with your probation officer. It looks like you have strong attempts to comply and that you were arrested at your check-in.
Yes, ma'am.
So I did note all those things. So you have an attorney appointed. Your next hearing is August 5th, 8:30 in the morning. You do still have a $1,000 bond.
Okay.
So if you're able to post that bond, call your probation officer again within 72 hours of release and go to your hearing. If you're not able to post the bond, you'll stay in custody. You'll be transported to your next hearing.
Okay.
Okay, please take your paperwork, sir.
Okay.
Vanessa Perez, please come to the podium. Ariel Robinson, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Vanessa Amber Perez, 11/16/1987.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on two matters. The first one is a new case. In the new case, it was alleged you had narcotic drugs in your possession, dangerous drugs in your possession, and drug paraphernalia. These are alleged as Class 4 and Class 6 felonies. This court did not find probable cause based on the law enforcement report. However, the state may still bring additional evidence to support these allegations, meaning they can go and test what they found, and then they would have what they need to bring the allegations. So you still have an attorney appointed for you, and your next hearing is August 13th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix, on this new case. Because I did not find any probable cause, you're going to be released on the new case without release conditions, but you still need to go to that next hearing. Okay. Your other matter here today, ma'am, is a failure to appear warrant. So just so you understand how this works, you were out on pretrial felony release. If I had found probable cause on the new case, you would not be eligible for release going forward, but I did not. So instead, you still have a warrant. You failed to go on July 23rd to your hearing, so you have an attorney already. Your next hearing is now August 4th, and you have a $1,000 bond. So if you're able to post your $1,000 bond, make sure you go to your next two hearings, or you'll get more failure to appear warrants. If you can't post your bond, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your next hearing on August 4th. And then make sure you let your attorney know, because you'll probably have the same attorney about your hearing on the 13th, where there was no PCC.
Oh, wait, I don't understand. I'm not understanding. I don't understand.
It's complicated. No, I understand, ma'am. So you have two cases. Your new case, the officers did not write in the law enforcement report enough information to find probable cause. So on that one, I am releasing you, but you have a hearing date on August 13th.
Okay.
On your old case, where you failed to go to your hearing, they issued a warrant for your arrest. It carries a $1,000 bond. If you're able to post that $1,000 bond.
Okay, so I'm not going to be able to do that because I'm homeless, right?
Okay.
So this is what happened. I was released, and my property, they left all my stuff with two other homeless people. okay, the officers that arrested me the first time, okay? They didn't bring none of my property with me, nothing. They brought me with absolutely nothing. I had to go find these people, which was very hard to do in order to get any of that. They sold my puppy, these people, okay, because they left all my stuff with these people. They sold my puppy, all these things, okay? I had to, I didn't have a phone at the time, okay? So I have acquired a phone. I didn't have anywhere to stay or anything. I got a hold of somebody who said I could stay with her. I have been taking the proper steps in order to, like, get into treatment. So I talked to Purpose Healing, which is right there off of 24th Street. I've done lots of things. I didn't have the paperwork from my property in order to, when I got released from here, because I lost my bag. So I had to find out how to even get, who to even call or anything to get a hold of my court date. By the time that I did that, it was already past the 23rd. So I just barely got a phone, which coincidentally, by the time that I was gonna, when I found the paperwork, I had the paperwork for property now. Like, they have my stuff now. Like, I made them bring all my stuff with me now. So if you look at my property, I just found the papers. They're all ripped up and everything, the papers, but I did find them. And I knew that my court date was on the 23rd, but I was gonna contact pretrial services. You know, it was already too late by the time I ran to the cops today, or when I got arrested.
Right.
So I obviously, ma'am, cannot afford the $1,000 bond, but there's not going to be no way for me to continue to take the proper steps that I need to take in order to get into treatment, to continue working with my, like, if I'm in jail. Like, it's a stand hold. Like, it's a hold still here. Like, I'm gonna be here. I'm not gonna be able to contact anybody. Nobody's gonna want to help me. No one's gonna, like, it's not gonna get me anywhere. I'm gonna go to court, and it's just not gonna get me anywhere.
Okay, so let me just double check what your last release order was. Okay, so on your last release order, you were supposed to contact pretrial services on your release, but you were telling me that you did not have a phone when you were released.
Right, and I do now, though. So in my property, I have a cell phone. It has a number, it's active, everything.
Okay.
I've never had anything before. Like, I've been trying to get the things that I need to get in order to contact pretrial services. No one lets you, like, when you're, like, they don't even let you go to outside, like, in the store if you're not even gonna buy nothing. They kick you out of everywhere. Like they don't, like, it's very hard to be homeless. So I have been trying very hard to, like, try to get the things I need to. You can't even go into, like, they won't even let me in the library because I have too much property, like too much stuff, like.
I am.
So I've had to, like, get rid of most of my stuff just so I could, like, be anywhere.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset this as release under pretrial services again, just like you were before. So basically, you're getting a do-over. Okay, so what that means is within 72 hours of your release, you need to call pretrial services. Your hearing date is going to move to August 13th. Let me see if it's now. So now both hearings will be on the same day. So, but you have to call in pretrial services within the 72 hours of your release. Okay. All right. So you're going to be released under pretrial services on your old case. Your new case, they still may bring additional allegations, but you'll find that out on the same day. Ma'am, when you go to the courthouse on August 13th, I think they're in the same, let me just double check. They are. They're both in the courtroom 3. So just make sure you tell them you're checking in for both cases so you get credit for being there for both cases, because there's going to be a lot of people just like here. Okay. All right. So they're going to give you the orders in just a minute. You are going to be released under pretrial services for your old case. So just consider this a one-time do-over. But in the future, you've got to at least call the court or your attorney and let them know what happened. Okay. All right. Please take a seat, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ariel Robinson, please come to the podium. Ashley Begay, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Ariel Robinson, 10/20/2000.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. It was alleged you violated terms 3 and 5 and that you've been reinstated 4 times and your whereabouts have been unknown since February. So an attorney has been appointed for you. Your next hearing is August 5th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix, and you have a $350 bond. If you are able to post that bond, make sure you call your probation officer and go to your next hearing. If you cannot post the bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Thank you. Ashley Begay, please come to the podium. Layla Peralta, have a seat by the door, please. Were you able to print that out? Yes, thank you. Okay.
Hello,
Please say your name and date of birth.
Ashley Karen McGay, August 16, 1988.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today because of a failure to appear at your status conference on January 11th of 2024. This is because they reinstated prosecution. They sent you a summons, but I doubt that you received it. So you have an attorney already in this old case.
Okay.
Your next hearing date is going to be August 4th at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released under pretrial services supervision. So in a few hours, when you are released, make sure you call with the number that's on your paperwork, pretrial,
Okay.
and they'll supervise you until you go to your hearing on August 4th. Okay? All right. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Layla Peralta, please come to the podium. Josefina Aldaba, have a seat by the door, please.
Hello.
Please say your name and date of birth.
Layla Peralta, 02/25/02.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here on a new case alleging 1 count trafficking in stolen property as a Class 2 felony and 1 count theft of property as a Class 6 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on August 13th at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released on your promise to go to the hearing and follow the release conditions. They do include that you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim or complainant. You must obey any order of protection or injunction against harassment that's served on you. Do you understand?
So I'm being released today.
You are.
You said the 13th. I have everything on my paperwork, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you, ma'am.
Please take your paperwork. Josefina Aldaba, please come to the podium. Please say your name and date of birth.
Josefina Aldaba, 1/18/98.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a new case alleging shoplifting in 2 ways, removal of goods and concealment. They're both alleged as misdemeanors. This court did find probable cause, but no attorney is being appointed because of how they're alleged. Your next hearing date is at Goodyear Municipal Court on August 12th, 1 in the afternoon. You are going to be released on your promise to go to the hearing and follow the release conditions. Don't return to the scene of the alleged crime, and make sure you go to your next court hearing or they'll issue a warrant that carries bond.
Okay.
Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Thank you. This was our last defendant for the 11 p.m. initial appearance hearing calendar. The court now stands in recess until 2 a.m.